I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:59?
You're not quite ready yet. We're almost there.
I'm sorry. I need extender. I need extender.
I might, it's good to know you just keep on the calendar.
I'll keep it out.
Just in case.
All right, good evening, board members, members of the public, Dr. John, your superintendent. We have everything ready to go. We have our interpretation ready and we are live. President Alvarado, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, community members, employees. Welcome to the June 22nd Vista Unified School District regular board meeting. Before I begin, I'd like to say that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meeting so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matters not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as the board president, ask for public comment on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting or that disrupts the board's ability to conduct the business of the board. This includes any conduct that prevents members of the board, district staff, or the person making public comment from speaking. We also ask that when you are called upon, you address only the board. While we assume that members of the public intend to participate in the meeting in a civil manner, and while legitimate criticism of the board is protected speech, we will not tolerate any threats of violence made to board members, staff, or any other members of the public. In the event of a threat of violence, the individual will be removed from the room whenever possible, and will be referred to law enforcement. In the event that the meeting is disrupted in a manner that prevents the board from proceeding with the agenda items for the meeting, we may choose to recess that meeting until order is restored. If order cannot be restored after a recess, we may choose to clear the room, move the meeting to another location where it will no longer be disrupted, or adjourn the meeting. All right. Now that we did that, the first item. Oh, please stand for the flag salute. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I will take roll. Trustee Smithfield. Here. Trustee Vargas.
Present.
Trustee Morocco.
Presente.
Trustee Kelly. Present. And I am present. All present and accounted for. The next item on the agenda is the public report to actions taken in closed session. There were no actions taken in closed session. And the next item is 4, approval of the agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda. I second.
Moved by trustee Kelly and seconded by trustee Morocco. All in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Next item is 5A. It's district announcements. Dr. Doyle with his district comments.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back. As you all know, we had an absolutely fantastic end to our school year. I want to publicly thank all of our board members who tirelessly went to countless events that happened over the past 3.5 weeks, and it was fantastic, and I know you all enjoyed it as well. We have 2 recognitions of our stars, our staff that have done amazing things. So I would like to play a quick video so we can recognize the last group of these amazing teachers and staff that we're recognizing for this current school year. So give me a moment to pull this up. All right, so these are just a few of the many amazing staff members that we've recognized this year. All right. Thank you very much. I have a couple more announcements, but before we do that, we want to do just a really quick rundown of the graduation ceremonies that we each participated in. Let's do one quick and just quick
It's the high
reflection on it.
school.
Yep.
I attended Alta Vista graduation, which was just wonderful. It was such a good feeling. It was a sunny night. It was great. A lot of successes there, and the class was big, and there was a lot of turnout, which is very promising for me to see. And the fact that he forgot to introduce Dr. Doyle. And then I went to Buena Vistas, which was a very nice ceremony. It was so good. I had some of my ex-kindergarten students that I got to hand their diploma to. So that's always nice to do that. So this is kind of like my favorite time of year because I get to see it. So thank you.
Yeah, it was at Vista High School 7th year in a row, so we're gonna make it 8 next year, but great to celebrate with our Panthers, and I know that they have a building that they're looking forward to, so next year that building, is gonna go taller with, help our students as we move Vista forward.
Yes, I did Mission Vista, so it was my first first graduation season, so that was really, really cool. I got to shake so many promising young people's hands, and I told every single one of them that we were proud of them. I wanted them to go forward knowing that we are so proud of our students here at Vista. So that was so fun.
Trustee Kelly, this is especially important for you.
It was bittersweet. My son graduated from Mission Vista, so I attended with Trustee Morocco, and I got to snag him, for a big hug, as he grabbed his diploma. And just sidebar, he was saying for weeks, he's like, wait till, just be ready, mom, just be ready, mom. And when we were there, he just whispered in my ear, I was only kidding, so I was a little nervous about what he was gonna pull off. In addition to that, I attended Raymond General Murray's graduation ceremony, really inspiring. 2 of our student board members walked
Yes.
with that graduation, so it was wonderful.
Yes, I attended Vista High School graduation, and my son did graduate from Vista High in 2014, but I try to make my rounds. I have to get to Vista next year, hopefully. And I also attended General Murray graduation ceremony, and as Trustee Kelly said, for some reason, I just get really emotional with the speeches, right, from our student board member, and all the adversity that she and her fellow peers have overcome. So those were really great, and the best part of our job.
Yeah. I was able to attend Alta Vista and Murray. Both of them were amazing presentations and services. So that was, even though you forgot to introduce me, it was a fantastic. And then this year, I had the pleasure of joining Trustee Smithfield at Buena Vista High School. That was beautiful. I attended a different graduation every year, and they're keeping track, so I have to go in order. So we'll go every year. It was wonderful. And then real quick, just so that folks who are listening in the audience know, our board members also attend promotion ceremonies. So they attend the promotion ceremonies for 5th to 6th. And from 8th to 9th, and then we even attend kindergarten promotion ceremonies. So they were quite busy, and it's a super fun part of the year. So I felt it was necessary to let everyone know that you enjoyed it. You did a wonderful job. You do. Thank you very much. A couple more announcements, and we'll be finished. We continue to have amazing students doing amazing things. And today we have the pleasure of having Liz St. James from Omni La Costa Resort, an amazing teacher, and Robert Kroll. So Robert, if you can come up and introduce them, we do want to bestow upon them 2 certificates of recognition. Sure. Why don't you introduce them all?
Sure. I'd like to invite Rick McCurdy. He's our hospitality teacher at Rancho Buena Vista High School. There we go. There we go. And this is Liz St. James from the Omni. They have been very, very supportive of our program. As you know, the hospitality program at RBV is relatively new and we're just getting our footing underneath us. Also like to introduce our instructor here, with a couple words to say.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us. We appreciate it.
All right, maybe 30 seconds on the fact that we've expanded this program
Absolutely.
at school, because it's amazing.
Really appreciate the opportunity for us to be here today. I want to thank Liz for having us down at Omni. The program has been really going well, and I think one of my favorite parts of the program is actually getting students in front of people that are doing the kind of job that Liz is doing every day. I think it's like to actually kind of taste it, see it, feel it is a lot more than studying it in a book. And I appreciate all the support that we've been getting from Vista Unified in the program. It's been quite a run so far.
Excellent. So on behalf of this Unified, I'd like to read this dedication to you and your entire organization. So before we start, this as a friendly reminder for everyone that our CT programs are growing amazingly quick. And one of the largest priority sectors in San Diego County, I think, as we all know, is hospitality, because this is where people want to come in the world. So we truly appreciate it. It's the fastest growing priority sector. And we have 2 awards because there's 2 locations.
Yes.
So Superintendent Schools and the School Board of Trustees officially commend the Omni San Diego Hotel and the Omni La Costa Resort and Spa. This commendation serves as a symbol of our deepest appreciation for unwavering dedication and support of the Rancho Buena Vista High School hospitality program. The Omni San Diego Hotel and Resort has generously opened its doors and provided exclusive access to both front of house and back of house experiences for Vista students. Omni staff members from the hotel management and human relations to the general manager and leadership team have provided students with unique insights into careers and opportunities in the hospitality industry. The Vista Unified School District would like to express its deepest appreciation to the Omni San Diego Hotel and Resort. As such, in our official capacity as superintendent and school board members, we officially commend the Omni San Diego Hotel and Resort for outstanding service to students and staff in the Vista Unified School District. Thank you so much.
Well, we look forward to continued partnership on behalf of Omni La Costa Resort as well as Omni Downtown San Diego. I myself started 23 years ago as an intern while I was in school. So mentoring is near and dear to a lot of our leadership team and we enjoy the partnership. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then one last very important announcement we'd like to make. So we have John Byram here, and he's going to introduce in a moment an amazing student in our school district. You may recognize him. He's done great work for us. And I am a little jealous because he's a little bit better at navigating cars than I am, but I don't want to steal John's thunder. So John, come on up to the dais, and the students, Miguel, come on up, and then tell them a little bit about what you're about to present.
Yeah, I'm from North Coastal Prevention Coalition. And 17 years ago, we started a project, an event called 420 Remix, a celebration of sober and drug-free life choices day. On April 20th is known as a marijuana smoking holiday. We wanted to give the youth something else to do on that day. So we invited middle schoolers from Vista, Oceanside, and Carlsbad to all come to Boomers for free. And at times we had 1,500 middle schoolers there. For the past 30 years, North Coastal Prevention Coalition has been we've been the county provider for those cities and concentrated a lot on policy and media. And last 2 years, we're changing what we're doing. We're now working more on positive social norms because most kids don't use and drink. But there's all this thought of everybody does it, and it's not true. 4 out of 5 students don't use any drugs or drink. And we want to get that out there. So we want to focus on youth as influencers and influencing other youth, not, this is what the truth is. So we had an event, and last 5 years we did a go-kart, law enforcement go-kart race. And This year, we decided to include students. And so the law enforcement raced, and then the students raced, and we took the top three of each, and they raced against each other, and Miguel Castillo destroyed the law enforcement. He won by probably a whole lap.
Almost two.
So, but I want to introduce his mentor, Lorenzo Ricardez, and he run the state club at Vista High School.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having us. So a little bit about, well, my name is Lorenzo Ricardez. I am a program supervisor with Vista Community Clinic. And one of our sort of projects that we work on is this club at Vista High called Say Club. So spreading tobacco advocacy through youth. And what we do is we really try to mentor the future community advocates. We want to show them that you know, they do have a voice, and they do have a voice that matters within their community, and to exercise that right. And so Miguel was one of those students who you know, would volunteer at any given moment that we needed him, whether it was a community event, city council meetings, and would just advocate for not only himself, but his peers. So, you know, we are really happy and sad to also see him leave, as this was his last year at Vista High. But nonetheless, we're really happy for him and his future endeavors. And so we want to just present you with this trophy on behalf of NCPC and 420 Remix and State Club. So yeah, this is for you to keep and launch.
You know, we are very proud of you.
You've waited a long time to get this trophy.
And for everyone else, guys, please don't do that at home. He's a professional driver.
You want to say anything?
No, I just want to give thanks to everything your program does, group, and Lorenzo, of course, because he's the one, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be an advocate for my community. He opened the door, he opened the doors for me to speak for my community at city council meetings. He made me more involved in my community and involved in something I'm passionate about, spreading the prevention for the youth in our community. And
Thank you so much, Miguel.
Yeah. All right, the next item on the agenda is presentation by committee members, public comments. Any member of the audience who wishes to hold and speak to an agenda item should complete a hold card and present it to the board secretary before item 2A or before the meeting begins. In an effort to gain as much public input as possible, individual speakers will be limited to 3 minutes or less. A total of 20 minutes will be held for public comments under item 6A. The remainder of public comments will be continued after completion of discussion action items. All right. So the first speaker for 6A is Robert Johnson.
Good evening, Dr. Doyle, board members. Robert Johnson. I work in our grounds department. I'm also part of the CSEA executive board and part of the bargaining committee. I'm not here as that. The people I talk to throughout the district, some of our employees have seen the new positions that are being added, you know, most to the management positions. So that they don't understand how or why the district, with declining enrollment, is creating these positions that appear to benefit the upper management and not so much students or the district as a whole. By adding back and or creating these new admin positions to ease the workload of existing administrators, they want to know, are they going to be adding support staff to these new positions, or are you going to be increasing the workload of the existing staff members? So in our opinions, the money you guys are using for this could have been better spent buying supplies for the classrooms and or maintenance equipment to help with the facilities and grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Erica Glennon?
Good evening, board. My name is Erica Glennon. I'm a teacher at Rancho Buena Vista, a proud teacher of many, many years, and I'll be entering my 35th year. Kind of hard to imagine, but that's the truth. And I'm here tonight to talk about the fantastic things that make up RBV and our staff. First of all, I think very humbly that we have one of the hardest working staff in the district, and we have some things to show for that. We have a very vibrant IB program, and our level of completion and people who earn the diploma is exceptional. We have an incredible AVID program. I say that humbly because I am the coordinator, but actually it's the people that work with me and not me that make that program so wonderful. Many of our students that walked across the stage were first generation students, including our valedictorian this year. So it's a very successful program. We have 3 doctors on our staff. They are PhDs in their field, which is phenomenal. We have people who serve on committees both at our site and throughout our district. Our arts program, our music program, our athletics program, we're really a fantastic, well-oiled machine. The reason that we do so well is because we are a collaborative staff. From my beginning times as a new teacher at age 23, what I found to be true at RBV is that we didn't go into our room and shut the door. We worked together, and we have made that really something to be proud of. And I see it most prominently in our times when we have a PLC. Recently, we had a WASC review, and we were given a 6-year, which is the highest time for them to come back and do another official full review. The reason we did so well, again, is because our teachers worked hard with our incredible WASC coordinator, Roland J.R. Arias, who's amazing. And we work together because we are proud of the school and we have buy-in to the school. I would like to ask you to trust our staff. Oftentimes, the high schools feel that we are being run by a district of people that are elementary minded. We would like you to think of the needs and the strengths of the teachers and the staff at the high school level. And I'm speaking specifically for Rancho Buena Vista. A great quote from a man, Dr. Brad Johnson, says, one of the best retention strategies for a school is an administration who supports, encourage, and appreciate their staff. Not only will they not want to leave, but others will want to work there. I can tell you, I teach a class at Cal State San Marcos in the education department for social studies and secondary what they're going to teach. And I talk very highly of RBV, so much so that many people who are candidates in this next pool are from the Cal State San Marcos program, because we are a strong staff that work together, because we have each other's back, we collaborate, we calibrate, we do a lot of wonderful things together. Those are things that are not easily done outside of the working day. One of those things.
Thank you, Ms. Glennon. You could send us the rest of your speech via email.
I will. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, we're not doing ethnic studies next year, but the year after, I'd love to have you come.
Yes, ma'am.
We were trying to do that last year and had
then we
a
had
series of unfortunate events. Yeah, thank you.
All right. The next speaker is Jen Deyes.
Good evening. The topic of school closures has received a lot of attention recently. However, my focus tonight is on the expansion of the high-paying administrative positions at the district office. It appears that the opportunities for administration are flourishing, while the opportunities for our children are being diminished. I want to be clear that I'm not arguing against the need for additional positions, but considering that many of the families across the district are now going to be asked to make up or to make do, to go without and to make sacrifices, shouldn't the district office be willing to do the same? If the board does decide to close schools tonight and ask numerous families, teachers, and staff across the district to give up something, shouldn't you provide them with something in return? Please reconsider the addition of these admin positions at the district level and instead redirect the money towards something that would have a more significant impact on our students and our teachers. For instance, we could prioritize providing comprehensive training for the science of reading to our teachers. We could fully fund transportation for extracurricular activities as neighboring districts do. We could consider adding more school resource officers to address the drug issues on our high school campuses. And this would also help address the drug-related issues in the bathrooms on our high school and middle school campuses, which we know is a problem. Our students should feel safe and secure enough to use the restroom during the day. On a final note, I'd like to draw your attention to the recently approved safe parking program by the Vista City Council. This program is slated to be situated in the Civic Center parking lot directly across the street from Vista Magna Middle School. I think it's important for the district to keep parents well informed about the new initiative, and there are various concerns surrounding the program, some valid, some not. But it remains the duty of the district to maintain a high level of communication with our families, but sadly, we have not received any to date. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes. Great.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes public comment. The next item on the agenda is 7A, the report from Vista Teachers Association.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Doyle, and Cabinet and community. Tonight, VTA's report is going to be structured like 3 wishes and 2 stars. And for those of you who aren't sure what that is, it's a way to structure positive input towards essays, project, innovative ideas. And we all know that collaboratively, we all have the same invested interest of making VUSD a great place to learn and a great place to work. So tonight, VTA provides 3 wishes and 2 stars for our board to consider as they make tonight's decisions. The first wish is regarding the Asset Management Committee. As the VTA representative, and I was on that committee, and it's hard, and I value the hard work and hard conversations that that committee had. But I asked the board to consider asking us to reconvene before any final decision is made. This is a 2-year committee, and we found out that possibly more VUSD properties, we're going to have to discuss those in the future. And while VTA respects the good work of the Asset Management Committee, it does wonder if there could have been more innovative choices for you to consider if we had more time and we're not limited to discussing only the 4 sites. There are such innovative and forward-thinking ideas out there, farms, community, workforce housing, an aquatic center, community centers. And that could make Vista a model of innovation statewide. If the board does approve the recommendation tonight of the Asset Management Committee, then please be mindful of the future impacts of separating student communities or how moving a school to a site that does not have enough classrooms or facilities to support and maintain programs. And I am not just talking about a pool. I'm speaking of the loss of 8 classrooms and how that will affect a project-based learning program. And be mindful of community school funding, and that we do not lose $4 million for programs that we are trying to build to be, again, a model statewide. We have seen the dismal student enrollment projections. Why rush to a decision that could negatively impact declining enrollment by hurting programs that are bringing students to our district? So just a consideration. And we all woke up to the news about the significantly lower national test scores of our 7th and 8th graders due to the pandemic. As you review and vote on the LCAP tonight, our second wish is that the board is again mindful that as we build our district and administrative staff, let's remember the people who are on the front lines and who directly impact our students. Make sure we put some of those funds toward things that will positively affect students and our educators and possibly bring people to Vista. Things such as lowering cap sizes in middle school more equitable prep for our elementary school teachers, especially our K-3 teachers that have 30 minutes a week to plan the amazing lessons that they give to our students. And equitable prep for our secondary teachers and competitive salary for our counselors and for all of our members. And the third wish is regarding the RVV waiver regarding the late start Mondays. Know that this waiver signifies how much our educators, not only at RVV, but how much our educators valued the weekly collaboration time. It was not only a deep loss for RBV, but for educators all across our district. We can work together for educator collaboration. We know that the time educators have to collaborate with their team strengthens the academic program, which is what is best for our students. And after our advisory committee of 18 and 20, that gave us a great and meaningful conversation. So we appreciate that we had that committee, and we see a way to move forward. VTA and the district working together to do what is best for students leads VTA to the first step. It was wonderful to see speakers from both VTA and VUSD represented at the last County Board of Education meeting to speak against the approval of the material vision of Classical Academy and Dual Language Institute. This is an example of how we can work together to bring students back to Vista. And the last star, and frankly, it's my favorite. Thank you, Board and Dr. Doyle, for hanging the pride flag for the month of June. Representation matters, especially during this tumultuous time of laws that are targeting our LGBTQIA community. Thank you for showing support for our LGBTQIA students, staff, and families. Thank you. Thank you.
USDA. Or the vice president, as you were. Mr. Jorge.
Hard to follow you, Carrie. So yes, Mario Bojorquez, First Vice President, CSEA. Thanks. On behalf of CSEA Chapter 389, I'm here today to talk about the importance of workforce housing. According to a report by the California School Boards Association, workforce housing can reduce staff shortages. The report suggests that many of California's classified employees and teachers cannot afford to live in the communities where they work, forcing them to commute long distances or pushing them out of the education system altogether. This is why it's critical for VUSD to make workforce housing a priority by providing affordable housing, by making workforce housing a priority, by providing affordable housing options to classified employees and teachers. We can help reduce staff shortages and improve student outcomes. With that being said, it's just as important for the classified employees of VUSD that the students we provide vital services for are not negatively impacted. Tonight, you will decide on the recommendations provided by the Asset Management Advisory Committee. We encourage this board to seek solutions to these recommendations that provide equity for both students and staff.
Thank you, Mr. Bojorquez. And the next item on the agenda is 7C, the president of DLAC, or vice president. President.
Un momentito, Ana. Vivian, are you able to hear us?
I am Dr. Doyle.
Excellent. So Anna's here. Ana, you put it in.
Okay, gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. La actualización de DILAC para la mesa directiva. DILAC realizó la última junta oficial del año escolar el lunes 15 de mayo del 2023.
Good evening, everyone. This is the DLAC update for the Vista School Board. DLAC conducted the last official meeting of the school year on Monday, May 15th, 2023.
Se cumplió el quórum con 16 escuelas de las 22 escuelas representadas en el distrito.
Quorum was met with 16 out of the 22 schools present.
En esta reunión se completó una tarea, que fue la tarea número 2, es llevar a cabo una evaluación de necesidades en todo el distrito, escuela por escuela, y 15 escuelas presentaron su reporte.
At this last meeting, we completed one task, and that was task number 2, conducting a district-wide needs assessment on a school-by-school basis. And at this meeting, 15 schools gave their reports.
Con respecto a estas tareas de la DILA, quisiera respetuosamente recomendar, primer punto, tener más tutorías o talleres de enriquecimiento después de escuela con prioridad en los estudiantes aprendientes de inglés.
So based on this task, DLAC would like to respectfully recommend number 1, more tutoring or enrichment classes after school with priority for our English language learners.
Punto número 2, más oportunidades para todos los estudiantes aprendientes de inglés teniendo cursos de enriquecimiento.
And for our second point is opportunities for all students to be part of the enrichment courses with our English language learners enrolled in cycles.
Y punto número 3, nos gustaría más talleres informativos para los padres acerca de cómo ayudar a nuestros hijos y tener más éxito.
So the number 3 would be to have more informative workshops for parents so that we can learn how to help our children and make them be successful.
Thank you, Vivian. Okay, like the last president, I would like you, like, board considering before to vote and hear the recommendation about the consolidation committee. Please, you need to see, because when you make your decision, you're going to impact 337 students English learning. That's why we need to know how, because you before say you are always worried about this community, and on my eyes, and behind me or beside me, we have 3,000 students and 3,000 families. Like I said before, they didn't know about, or they don't have all information, because in every meeting we have just one time we have and that's why it's worry for us.
Gracias a la persona que te das.
Thank you. 8A, the presentation of the recommendations of the Asset Management Advisory Committee. We have some speakers, we have 8 speakers, so therefore we will limit the speakers to 2 minutes each to not exceed 20 minutes. The first person to speak is Cindy Bess.
Good evening, Dr. Doyle and esteemed board members. My name is Cindy Bess. I'm a Vita parent and and I also have an Alamosa student with one more student entering school in the fall. And I'm a Vista High graduate, go Panthers. Moving Vita to the Rancho Minerva campus is not the right thing to do for so many reasons. First of all, Rancho Minerva does not have a pool or a theater. This is what brings so many students to Vita. And without those things, you are cutting the legs off of a well-run school that offers so much for students. My son does not even take part in these activities. Yet as soon as I told him there was a possibility that Vita would lose those programs, my son immediately said that it would devastate students. Let that sink in. Devastate. We all know the importance of having something to motivate the children to go to school for, and the aquatics program and theater program is that for so many students. Vita brings in students from out of the school district. That is extra money for the district and is essential to keeping Vista Unified afloat. Why would you take away something from the students that brought them in? Rancho Minerva also has considerably fewer classrooms than Vita currently has and utilizes them all. How do you expect the school to run the amazing programs without the classrooms to run them? I'm a business owner and I am able to make my own hours. I understand that I'm privileged in the sense that I will get my son to Vita no matter where it is. But what about those that can't? Families have made decisions about where to send their children to school based on their lifestyles. Moving the school across town will make it difficult to get children to school, and attendance will be greatly affected, aka money. Not to mention that they won't have the same desire to go to school with the aquatics and theater program being eliminated. The programs at Vita excite kids to come to school. Kids are excited to exercise in ways that they never even knew existed before attending Vita. Are you giving those students priority to Vista Magnet so that they can continue the aquatics program? Or are they just losing the thing that makes them want to go to school? Okay, so on to transportation. Let's review that Vista Unified has not been able to hire enough bus drivers to allow students to take field trips longer than 3 hours. How in the world are you going to bus students from Rancho Minerva?
Ms. Bess, excuse me, pardon me. The 2 minutes have expired. Would you please send the rest of your public comments?
Can I
to the
just ask
trustee?
you guys not to make a decision tonight?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening, all. My name is Zulema Gomez, and this is my son, Logan Weimer. And we are a Vita family. And I assure you that wherever Vita goes, we will go. We recognize, however, that we are a family of privilege. We have the wonderful privilege of having reliable transportation, flexible work schedules that allow us to take our son to and from school and all of the activities that come with that, be involved PTA members and contributing members of that school community. We also have the privilege of a village that supports us, all of the movement that goes with bringing our son to school. We witness lots of students walking to school and riding, cycling to school. Moving Vita to Rancho Minerva will greatly impact the community and not just impact those who have transportation there, but think of the racial diversity that will be greatly impacted. And as a result, the language diversity and economic or income diversity that will be impacted by moving. We are a district that is about equity. Equity takes time, trust, and relationships. We ask you to give this more time to hear all of the concerns, to reevaluate the language or the lack of language justice process that has been missing from the community involvement around this committee specifically and hearing from the community. We ask that equity be more than words on paper, but we want to see it in practice. Not just for Vita families and not just for the other 3 families that are in 3 other schools that are impacted by this, but for all of our families in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. The next person to speak is Mario Bojorquez.
All right, I'm speaking tonight about my experience as the CSEA representative and vice chair of the Asset Management Advisory Committee. First, I would like to commend the members of the committee. I'm honored to work with such a diverse group of people. The tasks this board set for us were very difficult, and I don't believe a single member was pleased with difficult recommendations we had to make. Some of the reasons they were difficult were due to a very narrow set of guidelines, constrained time frame, and the influence placed on the committee, which led to a predetermined outcome. I'm asking the board to provide the committee with more options, an expanded timeline, and the freedom to develop ideas that can be incorporated into recommendations that also consider the impact on students and not simply facilities. I also ask that the board provide greater direction and oversight to prevent undue influence on committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Robert Johnson.
Again. Good evening, board members and Dr. Doyle. Last week I had the opportunity to attend the last asset committee meeting. And I noticed on the slides up in the front of this, the meeting, they had the recommendations for property if the school site's closed. Some of them are pretty good things, but you know, being in grounds and being with the school district for a long time, I know that there's a need for athletic fields for after school sports for at least the middle schools, and some elementary schools that used to have running programs and things like that. And at one of the high schools, we have weather challenges. You know, the field gets too wet and they can't play field hockey or soccer on their fields. So this building a sport complex like on the Vita property, you could do multiple football size fields with numerous baseball, softball fields. You got the aquatic center there, you have the gym, you have the tennis and basketball courts on the outside. Now, with a little bit of work, those things could be brought up to be really state-of-the-art facilities. I know there'd be a lot of money too, but that's not my job. The other middle schools and elementary schools could possibly use those facilities for their end of year promotions, instead of having to navigate their sites or other sites. I think that's it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The next person to speak is Melanie Borher King.
I'm not gonna introduce myself, you know who I am. 19-year teacher at Beaumont, 36-year teacher here in Vista, finishing up 36 years. What a roller coaster Beaumont has endured over the past 3.5 years. We were excited back on December 9th, 2019, the first forum about Prop LL and all the great things that were gonna happen at Beaumont. Just 3 months before the COVID shutdown. And since that meeting, we've had 4 to 5 principals, if you count our interim principal. The asset committee, I think, should have had the opportunity to interview some of our English learner parents. And I know we are strong about equity, but it almost seems like equity is turning into not having equal access, that all students and families need to have the same options and be given the same considerations. It seems Vista keeps displacing the same students who tend to be those that are low income and often English learners. I am a bilingual educator also. Closing Olive, Crestview, and now possibly Beaumont. I hope that the possible consolidation of Beaumont, if pursued, will wait and only take place if and when all of the puzzle pieces are in place, such as logistics, transportation for students, the redoing of the boundaries. Many of us at Beaumont were really hoping to merge with Rancho Minerva and become a K-8 school. We thought that was the perfect solution. Kindness, one of our newest additions to our board policy and ideas. If the board does decide to follow the recommendations of the asset committee and consolidate, I'm asking you, Martha Alvarado, to direct them to wait and close Beaumont at the end of the 24-25 school year, June 2025, so that those kindergarten students that endured the COVID shutdown will be given the opportunity to complete their 5th grade year at Beaumont Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Karchin, if I said your name wrong, say it again, ma'am.
It's hard to speak if you're emotional. I get emotional. My name is Melinda Karchin, and I am a parent of 3 students in the Vista Unified School District. I first want to thank you for your dedication to education and working in our California public schools, which we all know is a system that needs love. It is absolutely my wish that our California residents and government officials will continue to understand the dire need for an infusion of funds, faith, and in one another, and passion if we want our families and community to truly thrive. I have attended some AMAC meetings over the past few months and have now spoken at a few. I also emailed each of you today with many rambling thoughts and a plea to consider. Looking for the good, looking at what is effective, and following the cultures, people, and programming that are working. If we build it, they will come. And I don't mean buildings and state-of-the-art facilities. I'm talking about the places where there is love, acceptance, excellence, problem solving, and passion. I recognize that I'm not in a position to do much to change things at our schools without being more intimately involved. I'm not yet an employee of the district or a board member or an administrator, but I can tell you that I'm a dedicated parent and volunteer who eats, sleeps, and breathes people and learning. I want for our students, staff, and school community to feel inspired and hopeful instead of discouraged. And I do strongly believe that our faithful families and staff are losing hope when their voices and stories are not considered, and where the emphasis is on things that seem to lack consideration of what really matters. I know that I'm a family with resources and the privilege to go elsewhere and infuse my own children with the experiences that I believe will help them grow into thriving citizens. But I speak on behalf of those families in our district that may not have the ability to do so. Successful students and districts create a culture of collaboration, as the teacher from RBV said earlier, and shared responsibility among staff and students with families and communities. These schools are safe, welcoming, and respectful to all. They establish teaching and learning as core values. Knowing that the principals of our schools were not consulted and collaborated with on a decision such as this causes me to reflect on the leadership at the district level. I know that it is collaboration that occurs at a program like Vita that makes it such a successful program. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Brooke Vinos Did I say that wrong?
That's all right, everybody does.
Tell me again.
Brooke Verosco, friends with Costco. Yeah.
Oh, like Costco.
Yeah. It's how I learned it.
Now, no, I'll never forget.
So,
Thank you.
all right, hi guys, thank you so much for having us here. My name is Brooke Verosco. I'm a parent in PTA at Beaumont Elementary. I wanted to speak first to transparency. I know you as a board value this, you guys have spoken on it many occasions. Another parent recently brought up in communication, how communication was done through this process, and you guys have put it on the website, and that was fantastic. It helps. But it is 3 clicks deep on the website, and our parents at our school don't do digital communication. The majority of the ones at our school, there's a few, we have a few hits on the Facebook, we have a few hits on our website. Most people that I have spoken to, and I have tried to get so many communications out, this is my job all year long this year for PTA, but it has been, we want flyers, we want big signs at the school. I had people sitting under a sign, not seeing the sign. It's really difficult to get a hold of our families. They don't know that these things are going on. And I know that we were lucky to have Amanda Remen on the 7-Eleven committee, able to make flyers. She's very resourceful. She's amazing, but that shouldn't have been her job. It's great that she did it, but it would be wonderful if you guys going forward for the rest of this process for our families, if something through, I guess there's a new communications person coming on something like that. If there's any way you guys could start providing flyers, information. Our neighbors don't know this is going on, and I've got 3 COVID babies a block away that don't know the school's about to be possibly shut down. So if there's anything you guys can do to consider some other way of communicating with us, that would be amazing. Also, our school is being considered for possible closure. Many of our students are slated to go to Rancho Minerva. So for a lot of our families, this is a double hit because they're looking at closure as well. We don't have local schools that we are supposed to have. It's just a huge impact on our families. Keep that in mind. Keep in mind that we all went through COVID just like everybody else. We've also been through a new principal every other year. We have 2 new principal, a new assistant principal and principal coming on this year. One, we were hoping to keep at least one of them, at least for this transition, if we have a transition period. So just please keep in mind, basically our school's been through a lot. We're very, very fragile, and most of them are feeling hopeless. So if you can keep that in mind, that'd be amazing. Thank you.
Suzini?
All right. Thank you, board. My name is Michelle Cugini. I'm a parent at Vista Unified for the last 10 years. I attended myself as a kid, and I'm a PTA president at Vista as well. I want to echo so many of the things that everybody has said here, but one of the hugest things that just did not sit right with me, I went to as many meetings as I could, and it was the values that Vista Unified is holding dear: respect, trust, collaboration, equity, kindness. I did not see this process exemplifying those things. The communication was the responsibility of the districts. It was in the bylaws. There were 2 community updates that included it. There wasn't a phone call home. And when I asked at the meeting, Dr. Loescher said that the sites were supposed to have communicated that. And the sites did not know that they were supposed to communicate that. That was not communicated to them. Our PTA and parents and like community members kept trying to get the information out there, but I've seen all of these people in this room at those meetings, not many more than this. That speaks to a box was checked. You followed the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law when it came to the Brown Act, and I think it's AB 1932 about school closures and what the collaboration is supposed to reflect. I took it upon ourselves to put a survey out for those who didn't get to participate. I have a copy for each of you guys. I'll give to you. And as they come in, I'll send them to you. But I don't think that you've heard from the broader community. And what that's done is it's eroded trust in the community. The rumor is that you guys have decided what you want to do.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have the presentation of the recommendation of the committee by Dr. Loester.
Well, Dr. Lusher, all right, before,
Kristen Rose.
yeah, Kristen, before they start, we want to make a few quick comments and then we'll jump into the presentation. So board members, we were directed earlier this year to engage in the process that is very uncomfortable for all of us. We know this, as an organization. Many school districts are faced with the same challenge, our neighbors, to the west of us. And it's difficult for us all. I've been in this district for 33 years, and I was part of the process. I press you when we went through it. And we are sensitive to the process. We understand that the impact emotionally is significant on everyone. And this asset management committee structure we put together, we were careful to align it to requirements in the state of California, but we were also careful to ensure that there were many opportunities for people to engage. But we were also given a timeline. And so we were trying to fulfill the directive that we were given to bring you back information at the end of this year. That timeline can always be extended, but we were working within the parameters that we were given. And we're also working within the parameters of our communication structures and how best we can do it. Dr. Locher will go over the process that we put into place, our methods for communication, and then the methodology of the asset management committee itself. But I want to underscore the tremendous difficulty that all of us were faced with on this extremely uncomfortable and on some level, difficult process for us to have a conversation about. The state of California is experiencing dramatic declining enrollment. This is not a unique problem to our school district. This is a problem the entire state of California is faced with. I use the example of Orange County as an example, a county just to the north of us. And in 1 year, the county of Orange lost over 10,000 students. So this is a challenge that almost every school district in the state of California is faced with. And it's not an easy process. And we feel for everyone involved in it. And we're trying to be as sensitive as possible, given the parameters of time that we were directed to follow. So Dr. Locher, I want to thank you and Kristen Rose for leading this process. It's not a fun process. I understand that there's some sensitivity here, but it is our obligation to walk the board through the process, outlining and summarizing how we arrived at our recommendations today from the Asset Management Committee and their options. I'll hand it off to you, Dr. Locher.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doyle, President Alvarado, Vice President Kelly, and members of the Board of Education. We come to you after several months of review, and we want to open up with just a few items to show our appreciation and thanks. Being part of an asset management advisory committee is a rather somber task. These aren't like other committees within the district where you find any reasonable solution that makes people happy. You know, at the onset of participating in it, that you're dealing with a difficult situation beyond your control, and that no matter what you are recommending, even a non-recommendation, oftentimes ends up being a tremendous disruption to student lives, to teacher lives, and to our community. So we do want to thank our chair, Amanda Remen. We want to thank Mara, who you're here tonight. We want to thank the members that are not here this evening, Corey Walker, Dr. Iglesias, Greg Preshup, our teacher representative, Sophia Ramos, Kevin Kirby, Carrie Alvarez, thank you, Carrie, for being here, and for Charles Bradshaw, all of which who served incredible, commendable roles. We'll go over some of what they were asked to do before meetings and the total number of hours that they invested in making sure that they were present, both in terms of ready to engage and ask questions and what they were doing while there. Also, we wanted to thank the staff and consultants. Chief among them, I want to thank Kristen Rose, also Ganetica Reed, our staff secretary. Grace Chan picked up a number of assignments in order for us to make room for do this, but also there was a whole host of people that weren't seen by the committee. These were dozens of engineers and consultants that prepared information items for them. So we wanted to thank them as well as everybody else that was there. Finally, we want to thank the staff and the site leadership at each of these 4 schools. When a school is listed on this committee, it becomes an extraordinary leadership challenge. But I wanted to thank each of the principals who did a wonderful job, in my opinion, and by evidence as clearly as last night, where we had Cindy, our principal at Beaumont, who had sent out over a dozen communications about the meetings and items that were there in both English and in Spanish in multiple modalities and names. Other sites had sent out flyers and backpacks. So different sites had different strategies, and we thank them for that effort on our behalf. We have always found that that is the most effective way to get in contact with our communities. In terms of more thanks and appreciation, here's a little bit about what committee members were asked to do on this ongoing basis. And keep in mind, this asset management committee met on 5 different occasions, plus had additional questions. Some people came in to talk through those items or talk on the phone. But other asset management committees might only meet once at districts. This one met on several sessions, and each time required generally over 2 hours of preparation. Meeting times represented over 14 hours of direct meeting times per member. In terms of community engagement sessions, there were 4 optional sessions. Some members opted to attend those and participate. In terms of items reviewed, 500 of presentation, pages of presentations, reports, and requests for information from the committee were made. What does 500 look like? This is 250 pages, which is half of the report. In terms of the total estimated committee member commitment, it was over 250 hours that they invested because they cared deeply about the topic that was being talked about. And then with those additional engineers and consultants, this process was over 400 hours of time to bring this forward to. I'm going to hand this off to Kristen Rose here in a second. She's going to present for you an overview of the findings. She's going to take you and walk you through the methodology, some of the items. 37 pages is the top sheet report. The 251 pages that are after it are the general appendices. Within the appendices online, you can click through and you have access to all the information, similar that you would have in board docs. We also have this report, we have the findings of this report available in Spanish, along with all of the meeting minutes that were also all posted. In terms of the sections, you're going to look at the purpose of the Asset Management Committee. This is something that we as a committee wrestle with, and people wrestle with. The Asset Management Committee, it is not their responsibility to reach out for community engagement. By education code and by law, they are the community engagement. That's really difficult for people to wrestle with. Next, they are to limit their conversations to property. And that's difficult as well, because we know whatever recommendations might be made impacts people and students. And sometimes we want to know how, which can lead to a lot of theoreticals. How would be a next step? This is a first step and a first look of what they're looking at. And again, I commend them that they've done their job admirably in coming to some of these conclusions. She's also going to walk you through the methodology. Some of this will be repeat information, but it was in the report and we want to make sure it's understood. She's going to show you a brief overview, which we have in the report, of what was more in depth of what was presented on the sites, the process for evaluating alternatives, and we're going to walk you through what the recommendations are, because the committee was told at some juncture, you don't have to make a recommendation. You can choose not to recommend, but if you make a recommendation and vote for it, you have the option not to just make a recommendation. You can make the primary recommendation, you can make a suggestion of use of that property, and you can leave additional considerations from what you heard about things that you heard in the room that you think the board should consider in the future, the administrator should consider, or some future group should be looking at as you move forward. And they chose to make all 3 of those items. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen Rose to review our purpose and a few other items.
All right, thank you. We can go ahead to the next slide. So we just want to review again kind of how we got here, what the purpose
of the asset management committee is, and also understanding its role in your overall management of all of your facilities. So just looking at inputs and outputs. Again, all of this impacts a facility master plan, right, which is some of the impetus of some of these conversations. But we look at enrollment projections, so that's the current and projected enrollment. That projected enrollment is based on historical enrollment trends. We look at capacity and utilization, how much space is available on each site and how that space is being used by specific programs. We look at the instructional program, understanding what is the instructional program, the curriculum, the staffing, what is the community education programs, all of that is factored in. We look at the condition of the facility, making sure that it's understood where we're starting from. And then another big impact is funding, right? Because school districts do not have a sustainable mechanism for school facilities funding, that is a huge piece to consider. Also, within the climate of school construction right now, the volatility, the extreme escalation that we're seeing, funding is a big factor when it comes to managing assets and facilities. All of that is filtered through the lens of community engagement. You can go back. And what that gives us is an understanding of the facility portfolio. What are the quantities of sites that are actually needed to support all of those items? And then we're looking at how do those facilities specifically report or support the educational outcomes, the education specifications, developing the site master plans that reflect the scopes of work on each of those sites, and then the financial. So again, understanding how all of these items worked together, right? So we have a master plan that's a foundation for long-term planning for facilities. Program alignment ensures that the specific spaces support those educational programs, right? So if you have a specialized program, you want to make sure that your spaces are supporting those activities. And then asset management evaluates and considers data to provide recommendations for remaining excess properties. One of the things I want to point out is that program alignment and that asset management are all influencing the master plan. The master plan is a reaction to each of those things. The master plan takes into consideration any of the decisions that are made in those other areas. Next. So the purpose of the advisory committee. The Asset Management Advisory Committee is covered under Education Code Title I, which says that it is the intention of the legislator to ensure that there is community involvement in any decisions made around outcome. This committee serves as the board's opportunity to get community input, right? So that is your opportunity to hear directly from the community, and the representatives on the committee serve as the voice of the community. So looking at the methodology and timeline, this has really been more of a 6-month process, right? We started in January with the direction to start the process. We had the board resolution. We talked about how we're going to look at these assets, what is the scope of information we want to evaluate, what sites need to be evaluated, et cetera. And so that took us into March 2nd. The board narrowed the data review and then also the sites. So looking at Beaumont and Monte Vista, and then Rancho Manuva and Vista. Next. In April, the members of the committee were selected. We remember that process, right? We went back and forth on who should serve on the committee and which of the applicants might be best suited. And then we began our meetings in April. And we've had meetings since April about every other week.
Just a quick note on your selection process. One of the things that was really innovative about what Vista did was, in order to make sure that we garnered community input that was unbiased from any previous opinion that had been given, is you chose a blinded process. You did not have the names in front of you. You did not know who you were factually selecting. What you had was a list of qualifications and general requirements, and you selected from that. And that turned out to be a wonderful thing in terms of the community's balance, their voice and process of what was there. The committee did argue at times productively and talk back and forth, and that was really a wonderful process.
And that brings us to now. So we just had our last committee meeting, it's actually June 14th. Yeah, June 14th. And we're here June 22nd to present the findings. There have been additional community engagement sessions in May and June as well. This just goes over kind of the process that was undertaken. You know, our first meeting, we really were just introducing the process to everyone, making sure, you know, everyone understood the bylaws and the requirements. That's where we selected the chair, et cetera. And then for the next two meetings, we looked at a lot of the data and a lot of the information that had an impact on these facilities that were being evaluated. The committee also had an opportunity to request additional information, and they did. And so we were able to go back, collect that information for them and provide it at the subsequent meetings for further review. Each of the committee members were provided all of the data and information that was requested and being reviewed in the meetings ahead of time so that they had an opportunity to review any of the reports that were being presented, ask any questions, come prepared to the meeting, so we could discuss it in more detail.
So this board would be very familiar with the process. The information went out on the exact same timeline that all of you get. If questions were raised, individual questions were brought back and able to be answered either in writing or during the course of the meeting, all questions would be shared with the entire committee. So that way they had access to all the information that was being requested. Sometimes somebody would ask a question and just to gain clarity, I would be the party responsible for asking to speak with them on the phone to ask if I could understand the nature of the question so we could drill down more in depth and get to the root cause of where is the question coming from, what's the information that we could provide for you and bring to the committee. So that way we make sure we're in fact answering your question and getting the information out there ahead of time.
I want to also point out at the community engagement sessions, committee members had an opportunity to attend those community engagement sessions and report back to the rest of the committee on what they heard and also to make sure that the whole committee understood what the broader community was saying. Okay, so additional items. So the meeting summaries were published online. We did have nearly perfect attendance at each of the meetings. We went over the Brown Act requirements with the committee members, and that was well adhered to. We reviewed all of the materials. Again, they had the materials given to them ahead of time, and they had an opportunity to review those materials. We provided the information for any requests that they had. And then provided the final committee reports and updates.
So before going into the drivers, we want to provide you with a few specifics of what we're talking about. When we have a meeting, just like this meeting this evening, meeting minutes are published. Rather than simply publish a action item list because there was a lot of information being reviewed by the committee, we adopted a structure called meeting summaries. Those were typically published 48 to 72 hours after the meeting. So that way we would have access, or the community at large would have access to those upfront and online. In terms of nearly perfect attendance, we had perfect attendance with the exception of one member was not able to attend the orientation meeting because they had a previously planned trip out of the country. That member did come for orientation. There was a secondary orientation offered. They did come for that orientation and received all the same information. We did have one member that could not attend the majority of the final meeting. That's because she was testifying in front of the San Diego County Office of Education on a different topic. So we did set up a room for that member on the side. That member chose to abstain from the meeting because they weren't at the from a vote at that meeting because they weren't at the majority of the meeting, which is typically what you do inside of Robert's Rules of Order. If you weren't there for the entire discussion, you choose to abstain. So that was there in fact. In terms of Brown Act requirements, we, to the best of our knowledge, followed all of them. Committee members were incredibly conscious. We did have lots of questions about permissible and non-permissible behavior. We talked about perceptions versus factual violations, and the committee members were incredibly sensitive to that. In terms of the review of materials and the committee reports and updates, if we receive an update report here at the Board of Education, for example, you received an update on district demographics in different presentations. The committee was then forwarded those items as well. So that way, as new information became available, they were able to access that information. And then the final item on committee requests for information, we provided written responses to those items as they came in. So we have a very similar list of a follow-up list and went through a follow-up list. Now, if an item that was being requested fell outside of the purview of that committee, what we would say is, can we talk that through why the request is there? It's not pertinent to the business of the committee, and talk about that particular item and see if there was a way to work through that, or if it would be more appropriate to direct to another group.
So this is getting into an understanding of the specific conditions or drivers within the Vista Unified School District that have an impact on facilities. So enrollment projections, the district is in declining enrollment like most school districts in California. Capacity and utilization, there is an excess of capacity across nearly all of your sites. Instructional program, that is determined by the board and other committees, right? So we have to take that into consideration, that there are other groups of people working on determining the instructional program for each of the different sites. The condition assessments, multiple sites are in need of major repair. And also you have several sites that have an abundance of older portable buildings that are not meant to be for permanent use and should be replaced. And then funding, limited sources of funding. And again, you're not alone, right? This is the context that most school districts are dealing with.
Kristen, can you speak briefly to the notion of the new information that we gained coming out of 2022 into this year, because we directed a long-range facilities master plan to be developed. Can you kind of?
Yeah, I think what you're alluding to is kind of the impetus of all of this, right? When we started in the master planning process, it was looking at all of the sites, looking at everything holistically. First thing we look at is things like demographics, right? The trend in declining enrollment has a big impact on the quantity, right? So when you're looking at it from a facilities planning perspective, we need to know how many classrooms does each site need, right? And how are we going to spread resources across each of those sites to support your educational program? Look at your capacity analysis. What we see is an excess of capacity at nearly every site. And so it's, what do we do with these? The most efficient way to look at it is to take a broader view, take a step back, a 30,000-foot view, which is what the facility master plan is, and look at all of your sites holistically and say, we need to right size the district a little bit. And it's not a small amount. What we saw when we're doing an analysis of your capacity and compared to your enrollment is that based on your programming, right? So based on your educational program and your standards for how many students should be at each, say, elementary or middle school site, that you had actually a total excess of space, the equivalent of 2 elementary school sites. And that's a big number. And so it's looking at, if you really want to create an efficient plan for managing your facility resources, then looking at how you might consolidate is one of those things you want to consider. Okay.
And so this is just going into each of those drivers in a little bit more detail. And we've seen this before, and then these numbers have been revised since we started this process and actually show that you are in an even further decline than was originally projected based on your actuals that are coming in year over year.
The reason why we chose to include this slide, and this was a conscious decision, is this is what was presented to the community at first, and this is what was first presented to the committee. Now, the revised numbers have been put on the committee's agenda, and we've advised them that there is further declining enrollment. But we thought it was important for you to know that this is the information that originally appeared in this exact format, which is what you had seen it in until you received the revised demographic.
And so this is speaking to that capacity analysis that we were talking about. In terms of how many students are actually enrolled on a particular site versus the quantity of space that is on that site, and compared to what is the need to house those students across each of the sites that were evaluated by the committee, you had a surplus of space. And so that's just a straight line number, just looking at quantities. You know, you also look at things like utilization. There's factors in there for, are there traditional classroom spaces that are being used for other uses that is accounted for in this count, and you still have an excess of space at each of these sites.
I have a question. Children are hearing and reading that if we even decide to discuss, although I'm hearing out there that we've already decided, but I haven't. Sometimes this job is just way too hard to deal with. So I'm hearing that if this board talks tonight and we come to the conclusion that, of course, we wouldn't close Vita, that was never on the chopping block. It's to relocate it. What I'm hearing is there's not enough space there to continue the program. There's not enough classroom space
At Rancho Minerva?
at Rancho Minerva if Vita is being considered to move their program over there. I'm not talking about the pool, I'm not talking about the Performing Arts Center, that's a whole different topic. But we have this chart, so explain to me through the study, how many classrooms does Vita need for their program? Not all these extra fluffy, let's throw furniture in this one and stuff. And how much does Rancho Minerva?
Okay, so what you're seeing here, I'll kind of walk you through this and then help kind of give some context to that other piece of the conversation, right? Because there's two things. The existing capacity versus what happens if you move a program over and what the impacts are.
Okay.
So what you're seeing is existing capacity. The existing Vita site has a lot of classrooms. It also has a lot of portables on that site.
And did you count, I'm sorry, but I need to know this
Mhm.
information. So at the Vita site, not really we, somebody closed Olive. Oh, no, I guess we kind of did at that time, and we moved them over to Vita's campus, okay? And then they decided not to do that anymore, and they closed Olive and put them, where was I going with this? Anybody remember?
Are you asking if we count the big with it or?
Because we have
It includes the entire campus.
Yes, the entire campus, yeah.
So these 62 classrooms are even with that part that they don't even use anymore because it used to be
It's all-
the elementary and we decided they couldn't be used. So this number is kind of misleading here.
To an extent it is. I think the numbers that I tend to pay attention to on the question that's on the table is the calculated number of classroom needs without the items you speak about is 35 to run Vita, but there are 38 classrooms presently at Rancho Minerva.
So that answers the actual classroom. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
And just to add to that, if assuming Rancho Minerva is closing, that means that those 450, 530 students would be divided among the remaining four middle schools?
We have to just.
So that would be something that would be further discussion in a school closure, or however you guys move forward with that. And that's what I'm speaking to when I talk about the capacity. If you move a program over, there's other factors that go into that. So I can't give you an actual number of, do you know, what the impact on capacity would be, because we would need to know, if you take Vita as it is and put it on Rancho Minerva's campus as it is, we show that you have enough classroom spaces. Okay, so that's as it is. There might be other, factors that go into how you implement any kind of
Like if this
movement.
one has to be a lab, so we need to change this or thing.
But
That works under the assumption that that Vita's number remains 850, which is what Vita's number has been based upon how their master program. Well, they're at 814, but they're capped at about 850 based upon their master schedule and run their design
We
thinking
don't have.
rounds.
Well, there's attrition during the course of the school year.
And so they lost 40 students during the course of this year.
Yeah, every year is different, but yes.
So,
And then they can't have students
In the
because
middle.
they're a magnet.
Cool.
I know that was always a point of contention with me when I was a classroom teacher, but I'm just saying we lost 40 and we looked at, well, that's about. Okay, never mind. Okay, so right now, we're gonna decide, first of all, what we're gonna do with the buildings, if anything, and then we will have a discussion on, okay, what does that look like if we do this model?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So we can give you numbers on what is, but, we don't have any numbers on hypotheticals yet.
Just to close the questions, for purposes of reading just slide 14, it would be 3 classrooms to the good if the Vita program moved to Rancho Minerva, because the Vita program requires at its current enrollment 35 classrooms, and there are 38 available.
so that's based upon the calculations. Additional considerations would be things such as, well, if we wanted to expand the Vita's offerings to do different things, how many rooms are we looking at expanding when you get down to cost analysis? Are we looking at a case where on the existing campus, we may be in a scenario of investing tens of millions of dollars up to $100 million for needs that are imminent within the next 3 years? Or are you in a situation of building 2 new classrooms or 3, or looking at portables, or looking at different things, which is a whole different consideration. And this is part of the struggle that in, I believe, some of the frustration that you have on the asset management committee. Because the immediate questions that go to what's next isn't what that committee does, but it's natural to do it because they're human. They're human and they want to know what's next, what happens to the children and the teachers, what happens to those items. But that requires further analysis after a first step.
Does that answer the questions then?
Per the law, you're saying
Per
per
law.
California
Per the law,
ed code.
yes,
Thanks.
per law.
So we looked at facility conditions. And we wanted to be able to quantify the existing conditions in a way that the committee understood. We talked about what it would take to repair the existing facilities based on their existing programs. Again, this doesn't take into effect hypothetical future states or changes. It's based on what is there now. What would you have to do to bring these facilities up to that standard that creates parity across the district for other sites? And so what you'll see is there's several categories, and that just helps the committee members and you to understand the differences between some of these specific items, and there are some sites that have more impacts in different categories. In the building repair, it includes modernization of existing buildings and infrastructure. Really think those are the base needs, and those are really more about building envelopes and infrastructure. So your exteriors, your roofs, those things that are necessary for basic functions. Educational adequacy includes items like replacement of portable buildings with permanent construction, reconfiguring a space to meet educational program needs, expansion of space to support programs and capacity if
you know, if there's a specific program that doesn't have enough space, I'll give you an example, student support services, traditionally doesn't have enough space in existing, schools. And so it's kind of reconfiguring and changing the space that you do have, which is traditionally classroom, for other uses. And then site work, which includes parking lot reconfiguration and resurfacing, site grading and earthwork, construction of site elements such as retaining walls, trash enclosures, playgrounds, carports, fields, and site remediation due to excess runoff. You have a lot of water issues throughout the district, and that's a big impact on several of your sites. And so we quantify that for the group to help them understand what are the impacts of the work that is needed. And again, we gave a range of costs because without direct decisions on what needs to happen at each of the sites, we can't give specific estimates of cost. So it really needs more direction before there can be a specific estimate. But just based on what we understand from facility master planning so far, we can estimate that the cost for bringing those sites up to standard would be in these ranges.
I have a question. Where do the projected costs for these four properties fall within the spectrum of everything in the district,
So when you're looking at Beaumont, for example, that's on the high side. That's probably, you know, if you think about it, it's in line with what Beauvier is at right now in terms of its estimation of costs. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on Beaumont, especially when it comes to the site. $7 to $9 million worth of site work is quite a bit of site work. There's a lot of water intrusion on those buildings from the slope and the water runoff. And so that needs to be remediated so that you don't have bigger issues with your foundation, your structures. It's one of those things that's sometimes difficult to see, but it's definitely one of those things that we're seeing in the engineering reports where the engineers are coming back and it needs to be remediated so you don't continue to have that problem. So there's a lot that goes into that.
There's two additional considerations that are here. One is on your far right-hand side, which is time frame. That not all of these items, because there's a cost estimate, are necessarily within the same time frame. I know some people have asked regarding the Rancho Minerva site, you're looking at 5 to 10 years out that you may need an investment of $35 to $38 million. Well, Rancho Minerva is a school of a particular age that will have items like mechanical coming to end of life and other things during that time period. These are more normal turnover items associated with schools. Other items that you're seeing when you look at Vita of 3 to 5 years, those are imminent needs. For something to occur 3 years from now, in order for us to address that facility 3 years from now, like we're doing with Beauvier, we have to be dealing with that issue today. That's how long of a runway it takes to enable to deal with those items. So when you're looking at 0 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years, those are really eminent things that are occurring, that the facilities are in such disrepair that those are items that are sort of upfront on the items. So the time frame is something to look at carefully, and we talked a bit through the committee that the time frames vary here. The second is the part we can't tell you until we begin the process. We experienced this with another school site, where you start to get into it, where it may not be that $59 million can be something that solves the issues geotechnically that Vita is experiencing. It may be the recommendation after extensive reviews that the bounds are good, to paraphrase Steve Prince, but they're in the wrong place based upon all the issues in there. And that the school may need, in order to address those items, to have an investment for a middle school, what would be upwards of $150 million. So those are the issues we can't speak to until you get more in depth in some of these processes. So these are the rough estimates at this time, but they don't represent additional considerations that may come out in the future.
Mr. Wilson, Dr. Wilshire, there's another complexity to this, and this is the good slide to talk about and help the board understand as it relates to older facilities for which we're talking about and issues that may come about that we're not prepared for. And we know that our school district to the west of us has just recently experienced that. And then I think that addresses the timeframe issue. Oftentimes, we need to get in front and ahead of potential problems that could occur that could create such an imminent issue at the school that we can actually need to evacuate students and staff from the school.
So if I could approach this how we spoke to it at the committee at one juncture, we held the meetings in a variety of locations, including we held meetings at school sites, Rancho Minerva and Vita. For those that may not be aware of my background, I've run design thinking schools. So Vita happens to be something very close to my heart. And one of the things we talked about when we were in talking about these eminent needs is within design thinking, we have a concept called design or default. Default is when you do nothing and fate takes over for you. Design is when you become proactive and you come up with a plan to address it. And what we saw recently in Oceanside, and it was not their first school this occurred to, is that they did not address the need of the facility and it was condemned. And the school program collapsed and was dispersed immediately. There was no discussion. There was no community input or option. There was no proactive thinking. It's done. And that's the sort of thing that's not talking about a projected future here. These are the realities that school districts are facing with facility conditions. So when we look at some of these timeframes, these are very narrow timeframes to try and get ahead of many of these issues.
Thank you.
So in addition to some of these main drivers, there were a wide variety of data that was reviewed. We did look at the age of the facility, the comprehensive conditions, the enrollment and logistics, site suitability, and equity considerations. All that information was presented to the committee. So there was state guidance. So this is, again, we're talking about, this is not something that you are alone in. A lot of districts are experiencing the need for consolidation of their facilities, so much so that the state has actually put out guidelines for how committees and districts should embark on this process. They reaffirmed the existing legislation and then provided additional best practices and guidelines from the Attorney General on community involvement. And really the asset committee was set up to adhere to those guidelines. And so, you know, we reviewed all of the reports, again, that demographics report twice, right? So we had the original and the updated. And then again, reviewed all of the committee's requests for information. As an example, they asked for some heat maps related to demographics and where students were located. We reviewed that, provided that to them. Okay. And next, we'll just go over the sites under the review. So there's parcel number 181-022-09-00 at 1720 Monte Vista Road, 92084. Currently used as Monte Vista Elementary School. Parcel number 180-010-01-00 at 550 Beaumont Drive, 92084. Currently used as Beaumont Elementary School. Parcel number 163-270-2900, 740 Olive Avenue, 92083. Currently used as Vista Innovation and Design Academy. And finally, parcel number 178-130-9200 at 2245 Foothill Drive, 92084, currently used as Rancho Minerva. So what you'll see in the report, there's an overview of each of the sites and their location. You'll see a summary of enrollment, a summary of existing conditions, site suitability, and equity considerations. Each site includes their own section, and so it has the profile information.
I'm going to be stepping forward on these next two slides. As stated at the opening, the committee had several options available to them. And from the onset of the committee, what we wanted to communicate to them is that the preference is that they make a recommendation, but they would hold a vote for that recommendation. They could choose to vote in support. They could abstain. They could vote in opposition. But there would be this process that would come to a point of drafting a recommendation. And if that they didn't make the recommendation, we would report back. If they did make a recommendation, we would report that. We would simply report back from what the committee's found. So the recommendation was based upon the data and presentations of what to do with the existing property. Now, we want to emphasize property. There were a lot of things that came in during public comment that did not have to do with the property. Now, what the rules of the Brown Act state is we could have stopped the community and put there, but we said we would not do that. We would take it and we would report that back to the superintendent. It would be reflected in the minutes. So there was discussion, and a lot of the discussion was about concerns about where students would go to school in magnet school structures. That was not the purpose of this committee. The committee, I do believe, had a rather, they took things seriously during the meeting. After the meeting, they would decompress like many people do after a very serious meeting. And one of the things I think they would say was, couldn't we count the times that something was not our purview this evening? and go through and look at that, because it was not for them to talk about educational programming in the magnet schools. That is for a different group to do. It was not for them to reboundary the school district and determine where students would go. That was not for them to do. It was not for them to establish a timeline of action. That is for others to do. It was for them to look and make recommendations based on facility conditions and capacity. So that is where the recommendation falls. When they look at the elementary schools or the middle schools, their recommendation is about the property and what to do with it. And they use legal language as required in order to make that recommendation. Now, they also have the capacity to make a suggestion of use as part of their community input. If something is to happen to a property, does the committee have a suggestion on what should happen to that property if that property is vacated? Or if that property should be used differently? So the suggestion of use, again, is if the board takes an action, this is what their suggestion is for future consideration. It's a broad suggestion of use. For example, when they speak of a community center, they're not speaking specifically as to what the programming can be. You will see in the report, factually, they mentioned aquatic centers. They mentioned all sorts of things. We heard tonight about athletic fields and different considerations. The reason why they didn't do that is that, again, is for somebody who's a professional architect to go and look and see what can be done with it and then come back to the board. So you're going to see very broad items in terms of that. And then additional considerations is based upon their conversations and what they heard. Things that they think should be considered in addition to all these things for the future, should the board take action. So that is how these three sections are aligned. When we look at the process for the final vote, there was a workshop group that met before last meeting. So there was, in meeting 4, an entire workshop session. Something to note that was really wonderful about this committee is that at each of the meetings you had a motion to extend the meeting. Something that we're familiar with here, right? They would go more and more into depth in this meeting structure. To that end, there was a workshop where they went through actually a design thinking process to look at what ideas were there. That allowed for us to draft an item. The draft of the item was not a directive to them. It was to give them a starting point to be able to work through things based upon our best interpretation from their workshop. Clarification came during the final meeting where they were able to ask questions. They went through a deliberative process of clarification, and they decided to review and revise some of those items, including adding different verbiage and sentences to them. That's what was on the screen as we went through. When we heard somebody earlier speak to, there was something on the screen in the slide presentation. That was the initial. That's not what they voted on. What they voted on is what appears before you. And then in terms of action item, we did utilize Robert's Rules of Order strictly. We wanted to do something that Robert Rules of Order refers to. I'm a former PTA parliamentarian, so this is near and dear to my heart. It's called preservation of minority opinion or minority rights. And what that states is that everybody in the room has the right to speak twice in support or in opposition of an item. But if we come to a point where nobody is speaking in opposition to an item, Everybody else in the room doesn't get to speak for the item to make the person feel bad about their opposition. So there was a more limited conversation in terms of the vote because we had 7 people in support, 1 in opposition. So we had somebody that had the opportunity to speak twice, and we had people that had a total of 14 opportunities that could have spoken for it, but we stopped it after that. So that way we would respect the minority opposition right. And the final vote, as stated, was 7 in support, 1 in opposition, and 1 abstention. And the following is what they voted on.
All right. So there are 2 recommendations and suggestion of uses based on the elementary and the middle school levels. So the first recommendation for elementary schools, it is the recommendation of this Asset Management Advisory Committee that Beaumont Elementary School, parcel number 180-010-01-00 at 550 Beaumont Drive, 92084, be consolidated, and that Monte Vista Elementary School, parcel number 181-022-09-00, located at 1720 Monte Vista Road, 92084, be maximized for educational use. Suggestion of use. The committee suggests that if the board votes to take action on this recommendation, that the vacated property, parcel number 180-010-01-00 550 Beaumont Drive, 92084, be repurposed for parks and recreation, centralized use, and or workforce housing. Additionally, the committee suggests that educational use be maximized at the Monte Vista Elementary School, parcel number 181-022-09-00 1720 Monte Vista Road, 92084. Site through the development of a 21st century learning center. Additional considerations. Additional consideration should be given to any preceding school closure evaluation and the direct impact on students and families. For example, student transportation and logistics and prioritized placement of students that live in close proximity to the school site being consolidated. Based upon a review of the district demographic reports, the committee also suggests that the board identify additional sites for future consideration in a consolidation process. That's the end of the first recommendation. Next, for middle schools. Recommendation. It is the recommendation of this Asset Management Advisory Committee that Rancho Minerva Middle School, parcel number 178-130-92-00 at 2245 Foothill Drive, 92084 be consolidated, and that the property be maximized for educational use by moving the Vista Innovation and Design Academy program to that location. Suggestion of use. The committee suggests that if the board votes to take action on this recommendation, that the vacated property, parcel number 163-270-29-00 740 Olive Avenue, 92083, be repurposed for workforce housing and a community center. Additional considerations. Additional consideration should be given to any preceding school closure evaluation and the direct impact on students and families. For example, student transportation and logistics, prioritized placement of students that live in close proximity to the school being consolidated, and programmatic needs of the program being moved, Vista Innovation Design Academy. The committee also suggested that the board consider the properties directly adjacent to 740 Olive Avenue, 920, such as the Vista Innovation Center and the Vista Focus Center, be referred to the committee for future review. Next steps, discussion, board action and direction, and then posting and publication of the report.
So I want to clarify, Dr. Bill, help me out with this. So for this item, the board will vote to accept the report. It doesn't mean
Correct.
what schools will be consolidated, won't be consolidated, will be moved, won't be moved.
That's correct.
This is an acceptance of the report that the committee created.
Yeah, so there are 2 items under this section. The one is for the purpose of what they just completed, just to provide to you an overview of the report. You also have an attached report itself. And your action, your discussion can be about the report and questions. You've been asking them all along, but you can engage in that now. And then the action would be to accept the report. When you make an action to accept the report, you are not accepting closure of the schools. You're simply accepting the fact that they did the report and you have officially received the report. There's another action item, the second action item, that is for discussion about potential closure, proposals that this board may make. It will be the second action item, if you choose to do so, that you can direct us to move forward with school closure procedures.
So we're accepting the work of the asset management committee.
Can I ask what the purpose of that is? Accept the work?
To acknowledge officially and for the record, that you've listened officially to the ed code and that you've accepted the hard work of the committee.
All right, any questions about the report, the process, the committee? In terms of,
I just want to thank the committee. This is like probably one of the hardest things to have to do. So thank you for looking at all the data and taking that in and understanding the position. Thank you.
Trustee Vargas?
Yeah, a couple of questions on my end. In the case that a school facility is not healthy, for students, and the school board or the school district decides not to close it, can the state impose and like come in?
Yes, sir. Actually, that's what occurred for Oceanside, is that was imposed by the city and the state. The school board does not determine if a facility is deemed to be condemned. That is a separate process altogether that occurs at a different level. And once it's deemed to be condemned, the school board has no authority at that time to run a school site at that location until such time that the building is certified by traditional state architects.
I think it's important to note, I do want to interject on this, that it was not our intention to point out the situation in our society to create fear. We just simply want to make sure the board is fully informed, considering the age of the facility at Vista. So we are not suggesting that there's any danger to students on that campus at this point in time. We're simply pointing out the fact that there's a possibility in the future, considering the conditions of the facilities and any possible thing that may happen, similar to what happened on the site.
Second question is that at any point in time, if it can be considered selling, you recommending to sell the property, or so like you have a land value?
No, sir, because we're directed by this board not to consider the sale of property. Therefore, at no time, in fact, if you review their items up front on the initial orientation, they were informed that that was not an option that they could consider.
And there was a comment about why it was a limited scope of work, was giving the committee like, all right, choose any school site or any school site on the school district. Can you clarify why the intent of limiting the scope of work was for the committee from our end?
Sure. Well, I think there's two different ends to be spoken to. First, as I understood, limiting the scope of work coming from the board was based upon a review of data and the starting point for whole conversation. So that way the committee would have a focused conversation. Second is what I believe committee members may have felt as a frustration, which is when you're talking about facilities, there are natural questions that come up. For example, common questions that we get that are not for the asset management committee to be working on and engaging in. They're not to provide a rebounding schedule and stating where would the students go. Of course, they're concerned about where the students will go. They care about progress. That's going to be a natural thing, but to pull that back in and say, that would be for others to determine, that would be different. The next was, well, why can't we consider additional schools? Well, we have a directive to consider these schools. Now, under your suggestions for future consideration, you can make a suggestion for additional schools to be considered. But there was a feeling in some of the community engagement sessions that one particular community had already experienced school closures once, and now they're experiencing school closures again. Could it be considered somewhere else? So those were the sorts of things that were there. There were additional items, such as the ones we brought forward and a discussion about how do you have a conversation about equitable access to programs and services, but we would like to talk about magnet schools and the number of people talking to us about magnet schools. But magnet schools are not what the asset management committee talks about. And that can get frustrating because they also want to understand how that may play out. What we tried to reassure the committee is two things. First of all, there are other groups that work on this. Either other committees that look at reboundary, magnet tools, other items, or that these items are part of what the Board of Education considers as taking advice from a lot of different information sources. And these are things that are your burden as direct elected officials to consider. Their burden was one of a directive of a limited scope.
And then just one additional question. Rancho River Transportation, where are we at now with buses at this point in time?
Yeah, we still have the same shuttle bus service available for Rancho Minerva that we've had. We still have the bus stop from the city that is available on site as well. So nothing has changed throughout this year.
The usage, talk a little bit about the usage. The usage is not as heavy as people might think.
No, the capacity is generally under 50% of the capacity of the bus per line.
Thank you.
Trustee Morocco?
Well, piggybacking off that last question, and if usage is not as much, would there perhaps be another route that we could put in there that would?
But that's not within the purview of the asset
Not right.
management committee that we had busing agenda. He brought it up because it was germane to Rancho Minerva and the bus is going back and forth.
Well, that's germane to, this is what I'm asking. Is there a big problem? Okay.
We can take that back. We can investigate that for you and get back to the board on that.
You had mentioned at one point that this asset management committee was presented with options. Was that to begin with, they were presented with options? There was at some point when you were describing
Sure.
the methodology or the process, that you said that they were presented with, and I'm trying to find the slide. I thought I understood it, maybe I misunderstood, but I thought.
In regards to evaluating alternatives, if I can kind of
Yeah.
clarify that process specifically. After the committee reviewed all of the information that was presented to them and that they requested, what we did is we moved into a workshop format to start to evaluate alternatives. And what this did is it allowed each of the community or the committee members to share their own ideas about what their recommendation would be, what their suggestions would be. And then we narrowed down from there. It was a framing workshop where they first were able to generate ideas. There was no limit to the ideas that were generated. And then each of the committee members also voted on all of the other committee members' ideas. And so that was narrowed down. So that was alternatives that were presented.
So you will find within in the material, they were given examples of considerations that are typically there. One of those considerations that they were presented was status quo, do nothing. That also was one of the alternatives that you'll find listed in there. The reason why we gave them examples is because we were providing them with the legal language of that example. Not everybody fully understands what school consolidation means. There was some confusion that we encountered within the committee of talking about, does consolidation mean two schools merge? Or does it mean a school closes? And by legal definition, it means a school closes. It's not the merger of the school, that's different language. Status quo is used from Latin for remain as is, meaning don't change the school as is. So yes, there were examples that were provided to get them started in a discussion around legal language that they had the option to use. It's also important to note that during their session and their workshop, they put up a variety of ideas. And then what they did is they went through a funneling or narrowing process to get those ideas more succinctly articulated.
Any more questions? I want to get to trustee Dodd, okay? Let's circle back. Trustee Dodd?
So I want to echo what trustee Field said and thank the committee, as well as trustee Rose and our team, who worked on this for their work. And I know it's difficult and, I've been heartsick, about tonight's meeting and what comes after. My family has been impacted by 2 school closures in Vista Unified in the last 18 years or so. So I assure everyone in this room, for myself, and I know my fellow trustees, like these are not decisions that we're making lightly or hastily. We've had the benefit of being in the room for hours. We've had over 20 meetings this year alone. And every single one of them has either talked about our facilities challenges or the funding cliff that's coming for the state of California. We've had the best budget we've ever had, 40 years best budget, because of the pandemic. And we needed that money, but we're not gonna have it long-term. It is one-time funding that will be expiring, and I think our district team has done a wonderful job of maximizing it for us, but you know, I'm looking at numbers and information, you know, from this report, and you know, I do wonder one thing, which is, you know, the Monte Vista property, which is recommended for maximization, is almost as old as Beaumont and Vita. It's a 61-year-old property. So one of the questions I have looking at these recommendations is, can you talk me through why that's a site that is recommended for expansions and or like investment, I guess, would be maybe.
Can we go to slide 18? Because I think slide 18, when you get into this, gets a little more in depth into this in terms of it's not going to give you numbers at this moment, but this was the deciding factor in this particular case, because you're right, there have been questions. Schools between Beaumont and Monte Vista are almost of the exact same age. So what's different? And what's different pertains to site suitability. Site suitability takes into account geotechnical engineering reports of what is underneath the soil, what would need to occur. It takes into consideration the shape of the lot and how buildings could be moved around. Essentially, site suitability considers how much would it be to solve these issues at one site versus another site. Beaumont had very low site suitability due to the type of geotechnical features it had, the amount of water intrusion that had occurred over time, and the placement of the lot and where traffic would move in and out. And that was a professional assessment of architects and engineers. It had very light site suitability. When you looked at Monte Vista, it had a much higher site suitability in terms of the geotechnical features, what it would take to mitigate there, that it hadn't incurred the same level of water intrusion over time, therefore things were in better condition. And also the shape of the lot and what it would take to meet current ed code standards for drop-off pickup, what you would need to do in order to address that facility. And those were wildly different between those two sites when you look at the site suitability.
I had one other question, Sam, could be permitted, on the Vita property. Low site suitability, I read about, but I remember our board working through a series of exercises and workshops in 2021 and 2022, where we looked at our bond funding and we prioritized where we would spend money, given that we didn't have enough to do everything we wanted to do. And we prioritized safety above everything. So, you know, we've heard many concerns about relocating the Vita program, and I share Trustee Vargas's concerns about safety, particularly at that campus. I read there's some seismic concerns there. Can you speak a little bit to those challenges with the Vita property?
I have a point of clarification. I'm so confused. Are we right now deciding if we're accepting the report or are we getting into the nuts and bolts?
Good question. No, we're accepting the report, we're talking about accepting the report and asking for clarifying questions in the process.
But so did the committee talk about the seismic thing? Like, I'm just wondering if
it should be the
because
next
that's kind of
item.
my thing to ask, and I'm really confused on what I know that.
I was going on this slide of discussion or direct the last one of the feedback, board feedback discussion, and I could be out of turn, so.
I know, I don't know if you are or not. I'm truly.
It's a friendly point of order.
Thank you. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, we could ask it now, we could ask it later. I'm curious.
Your point is well taken, Trustee Smith.
Well, I'm not sure what we're focusing on right now. 'Cause I don't
Right.
wanna
It's
yell at.
right. No, don't be yelling.
So, yeah.
This is the hard. Are you comfortable asking that question in the next round?
Absolutely.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Would you like me to make a motion that we accept?
No. You don't have to do that. Yeah, but, okay, so I want to go one more round of questions.
I didn't have the term.
That's why I'm going to you next. One more round
Okay.
for you, trustee Smith.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And one more, okay, I get it now. Okay, so I'm just gonna follow up with what you had about the scope and why we narrowed the scope for the committee. And I know people think this was hurried, but me, because that person that sits on these committees, have worked well over a year to look at all these sites. We walked with the engineers, I walked with the engineers, I saw the conditions of the site. Every day I hope that nothing bad happens at these sites. So that's a huge thing for us to consider. So we narrowed our scope down, taking that information on how the condition of the sites, basically. So we know we only have like a few years left before something tragic can happen. So that's why that was us. Did you know that? Or did I totally?
No, I knew that. I'm like, we're not getting free range. We're not telling them like, we're gonna build Boulder, then we're gonna demolish it. Like, we have to limit the scope by nature in order to
I
be.
get it now. Thank you. Never mind, I'm done.
Okay, any more, going in order? Trustee Vargas?
There was also a comment about combining Beaumont and Rancho Minerva, but it seems like that recommendation was also not brought to the top.
Well, that's accurate. It actually appeared as one of the recommendations and it was on the board, but it was not one of the ones that made final consideration. It received one vote, if I remember correctly.
All right, trustee Morocco?
Yeah, I do have a question. So, it was piggybacking on this, Julie said about site suitability. Was the site suitability of Beaumont or any of the sites taken into consideration for the recommendations of then what to do with those sites once the schools are consolidated?
So the committee was presented with an in-depth review of each of the sites and their suitability. Steve Fritz came to the meeting and went through every single site and talked about what were some of the key issues and key challenges with building and bringing those sites up. And so when you're talking about, for example, Beaumont, as Tom said, it's a smaller site and it's surrounded by a neighborhood. Makes it very difficult to bring that site up to current education code. There's some geotechnical issues and water issues and things like that. So all of that information was presented to the committee.
But on the suggestion of use, so was that, because I'm looking at the suggestion of use on these was centralized use workforce housing. But it could be brought up.
So two separate things. So for example, workforce housing would not be, and this was discussed with the committee. And to be precise, what we said is when you're talking about suitability and suitability use, a site could be highly unsuitable for one purpose, but highly suitable for another.
Okay.
Okay, so that was a discussion that occurred with the committee. For example, it may be that the location at Beaumont is not highly suitable for long-term use whatsoever. It may be highly suitable for workforce housing because you would remove the school site as a park and rec or community center. You would remove the school site and you start again. When we talked about things like centralized use, the items that were listed were presented as sort of, these are the general areas to look at. One of the reasons why a discussion was had around centralized use was, what might you do with a facility if you're in this process, but you don't have enough information to build out 3, 4, 5 years down the road? Could you use it for centralized use right now for the benefit of the school district in order for a better use of funds to avoid spending more in other areas? Could you use it for that purpose right now? And then eventually go and look at it for use in parks and recreation or some other use altogether.
I'm all set. All right, so I want to thank everyone who invested many hours into this process, and it's not easy for anyone involved. We're all connected, emotionally sometimes too, right? And then I just wanted to have on slide 18, there is an error for M1. You're referring to Rancho Minerva. You have the address for either Lake or for Madison. I'm not quite sure what school you have there, but it's Ocean 59005.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I think the dot on the map is accurate for the incorrect address as well.
Yeah.
So can we talk about where that would actually land if it were accurate?
Then we move to full now.
The red.
The red dot is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's in the county. That's
The
the
map is
correct.
correct.
The address is wrong, right.
Right there.
So, it's right, Beaumont, here's, yeah, no, excuse me, wait a minute. No, one is Monte Vista. E2 is Monte Vista, E1 is Beaumont, and 2 is Vita. Absolutely, we have to accept the report with revision. With revision.
Land there behind you, Martha.
Oh.
Sorry, guys, I tried to explain it, it just isn't.
Right.
I'll try it again.
So M1 is, Rancho Minerva,
Got it right.
okay?
Correct.
E2 is Monte.
Yeah.
And then, so that address says Olive. Wait a minute, okay, it says Monte, okay, got it, so only
It's
the
either
error that I initially,
M1.
M1, got it,
And it's just the address.
yeah, so we just wanna make sure, so, on that note, I'm gonna ask for a motion to accept this report.
I make a motion that we accept the June 22nd report of the Asset Management Committee, Advisory Committee.
Second.
Moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Vargas. All in favor of accepting the report, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries 5-0. The next item on the agenda is 8B, and we have speakers for 8B. It's the discussion action on recommendations of the Asset Management Advisory Committee, session 2023. The first speaker, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Is Amanda Brennan.
Hello, school board trustees and superintendent. My name is Amanda Runnan. I'm Andy, mama for, and the chairperson for the advisory asset management committee. As a member of that committee, I experienced a sense of haste and insignificant communication reaching out to our families and community. For such a huge decision being made, it was very disheartening to witness such a lack of effort on our district's part. This committee is a state mandated requirement, and it felt that way. The lack of time and care to reach out to the vast amount of our families did not reflect our core values. The decision made by the committee felt predetermined beforehand, left little room for thinking of ideas outside of the box. Our students, families, and community deserve better, deserve more time and opportunity to voice their thoughts. The Advisory Asset Management Committee's approach to scheduling meetings at the end of the school year and during summer with minimal advertisement demonstrates a lack of respect for our families, which is a fundamental core value. Furthermore, organizing a parent forum concurrently with Rancho Minerva's open house conveys a sense of mistrust, contradicting the importance of trust as another core value. The recommendation to consolidate schools that rank high on a D score creates an inequitable situation disregarding the principles of equity, yet another core value. It appears that there was little opportunity to discuss equity as the focus was primarily on facilities. However, it is crucial that we recognize that our students are the true assets in this equation. If we generally prioritize our core values in decision-making, we have the capacity to improve. We can allocate more time, foster more dialogue, encourage creativity, and promote collaboration. This would not only be considerate, but also align with our core values. Instead of merely meeting the minimum requirements mandated by the state, let us allow our core values to guide our decisions and actively seek input from a broader range of families. It is essential to dedicate the time and thoughtfulness in such decisions deserve. Also, if you plan on going for another bond, this is going to be a big factor on who's going to vote for that bond. If we're moving key places like Vita over to Rancho Minerva, and displacing a lot of kids from Rancho Minerva and Beaumont. So, thank you.
The next speaker is, excuse me, actually, that was an error, no. The next speaker is Ana Cruz.
Good evening, Vivian, are you able to hear us?
¿Todavía estás con nosotros? ¿Estás aquí? Sí, aquí estoy.
Okay, I think we'll, for the purpose of, the interpretation, Vivian, we'll go with you, and we have Anna at the podium.
Thank you. Okay, in May 3, we don't have interpreter at the meeting. In May 16, I have a traductor, but I don't have interpreter. In May 30, I
Bueno,
don't have
El
interpreter.
3 de mayo tuve intérprete y el 10 de mayo no tuve intérprete.
And June 14, I didn't find it anywhere where the meeting will be hosted. That's why I didn't was part of this meeting. Okay, in May
El 14 de
16,
junio no encontré en ningún lado donde estaba esta junta, entonces no pude asistir a esta junta.
One moment, please. Since we're doing this, can everyone make it 6? Thank you.
Thank you. In May 16, I make a question for the committee, and until today, I didn't get any answer. I checked my email, nobody answered me. And okay, in May 16, the committee, they say, for the Vita, we're going to have the same way, like a Vista Magnet has. And my mind is because we know about how Vista Magnet is until now, before was Lincoln, and then Vista Magnet, Vita was Washington, now it's Vita. That's why, but Vista Magnet is in the same place. For me, that
Para mí.
means Vita will be in the same place.
Ana, un momentito. Go ahead, Vivian. Vivian, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I thought you were gonna put me back on closed caption and since she's speaking English, I can go back to the Spanish channel.
Ana, ¿le gustaría que siga dando con interpretación en español?
Usted decide, no sé por qué hicimos eso, pero sin embargo ya empezamos.
Okay, sí, está bien, no hay problema. Está bien, sí, Vivian. Está bien en español y Vivian me puede ayudar.
Okay, lo que usted prefiere.
Okay, Vivian, so she's gonna start in Spanish now, and then you can interpret to English.
Okay, perfecto.
Okay, Ana, está bien.
Okay, en mayo 30 estaba escuchando el meeting que tenía el comité de consolidación y algún miembro del comité preguntó a Sean que si los salones eran suficientes para vida en Rancho Minerva.
Go ahead, Vivian.
So on the 30th of May, I was at the meeting and someone mentioned to Sean if the classrooms were enough for Vita.
A lo que él contestó que no era importante que se conocieran los detalles, porque el comité lo único que iba a hacer era dar sus recomendaciones.
What he answered is, he said, it's not important to know the details because the only thing the committee's gonna do is give recommendations.
En mi particular punto de vista, y les quiero ofrecer una disculpa.
Señora, por favor, habla a la mesa directiva, por favor.
Y les quiero ofrecer una disculpa, es porque creo que fue una respuesta bastante fuera de lugar, la que él dio, puesto que se supone que el comité está para dar la opinión y era para algo trascendental.
And so in my point of view, and I'd like to offer my apologies, but in my opinion, it was out of place, the answer, because the committee is supposed to be able to give their opinion.
En perdón, en otro detalle, estuve hablando con padres con padres de otras escuelas acerca de que ellos opinaban por qué se estaban yendo los estudiantes del distrito.
And in another detail, I was asking parents of other schools on what they thought the reason was that kids were leaving to other districts.
Y los padres decían que porque ellos no tenían la información suficiente y lo único que escuchaban era que el distrito quiere cerrar escuelas. Entonces ellos, la decisión que están tomando es llevarse a sus hijos fuera del distrito antes de que esto los tome por desprevenidos.
And so what they said is that they didn't really know anything, and all they heard was, they didn't get all the details. All they heard was that the school was being closed, and so they decided to move their kids before the school closed.
A mí como padre de familia, la verdad me gustaría escuchar en ese lugar que tuviéramos mejor un plan de cómo traer más estudiantes al distrito en lugar de estar planeando cómo cerrar escuelas.
As a parent of a family, I would like it better if we had a plan on how we can attract students to our district instead of planning on how we can close schools in our district.
Sé que esto no es el punto del que estamos hablando, pero sé que en la agenda en las minutas de la agenda del 8 de junio se aprobaron más administrativos para el distrito.
I know that that's not the point, but I also know that at the last meeting on 8th of June, they approved more hiring of administrative people.
Pero creo que lo único importante es decir que en el distrito contamos con personas como el profesor Olavida y el doctor Chegueila y el doctor Villarreal, quienes han formado escuelas como Dual Immersion School y escuelas Magnet, y creo que ellos podrían trabajar en conjunto y poder traer más estudiantes a nuestro distrito.
And so I just want to say that what we have is we should have more people like Dr. Chegueila, Dr. Villarreal, and Dr. Olavide, who have worked with programs to attract students to the school, and they should be able to work together. Thank you.
Harry Winchester.
Hi, good evening. I'm here. this
Hola,
evening-
buenas noches.
Lisa?
Okay, three minutes.
Okay, I'm here this evening to ask the Vista School Board for more time to assess and acquire information and options for financial responsibility to our schools and in regards to this discussion tonight. Tonight's students, faculty, and families at RMS, Vita, Beaumont, and Monte Vista truly have no clear vision of what lies in store for our academics and our staff's careers. Consolidation of these sites is premature financial risk and puts logistical problems on the families of these students and their faculty. School consolidations can create difficulties in district neighborhoods where schools were closed in order to accomplish these consolidations. Public unrest and uncertainty can also prevent parents and want to have them transfer their students to neighboring districts and enroll their students in private schools. The drop in enrollment is not necessarily to do with our Vista schools, but in the past 20 years, the state of California has seen a drop in enrollment. California, in its first year of the pandemic, enrollment fell 2.6%. Last year, it dropped 1.8%. 3 years ago, the California Department of Finances projected 11.4% decline statewide enrollment by 2031. So we're not even looking at just these projections for 2031. The cost of living in California is just another driving force. Families are leaving the area, not because of the caliber of our schools, but because they're just not being able to afford it. How can families with multiple students spread throughout the school district afford to get their kids to school on time? Transportation is another issue. I'm getting started on that. School consolidations can either fix the budget shortfalls or create great schools, which we all want great schools here in Vista, or it will destroy the sense of community that we've already established, adversely impacting our local economies and the communities around us. Please reconsider and give your district families more time and consideration when it comes to all of the students at Beaumont, at Vista, Innovation Design Academy, at Beaumont, RMS, and Monte Vista. These students, their faculty, their families, we all support them. We know you support them. It's really about what these kids need. It's in a balance. We are unbalanced as it is.
please reconsider that these families, the district staff communicate with us. I passed out flyers at Vita and none of the parents and some of the staff had no idea. It's ridiculous. You know, I'm very invested in this district. You've seen me high, mask or without mask. It is imperative that communication goes all the way across the board, transparency. Transportation, again, I can preach to the choir about buses and assistance for family needing to be spread throughout this school district. Capacity, we are literally taking a square peg and putting it in a round hole. It's just not possible. Feasibility from the city of Vista to look at traffic implosions and the kids that bus to school or even ride their bikes to school. It's bad enough. I see all these e-bikes on the roadways when we don't even have safe roadways for our students. I don't want to see fatalities on our roadways. Vista has 29 schools, I believe, 15 elementary schools, 5 middle schools, and 3 comprehensive high schools, and we are maxed out. The schools really don't have what we have for all these students to be crammed in the schools. The teachers are doing their best thing. They're doing this one stuff there.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucia Bautista and I am a former Vita student. For me, Vita has been a great experience and has given me many wonderful opportunities, from the arts to learning meaningful lifelong skills to forming close bonds with students. I have personally met some of my closest friends through Vita. Vita has helped me in so many ways with my public speaking skills, to my academic achievements. The opportunities the school has given me helped build my confidence. Like 2 years ago, I decided to join drama, and I ended up really liking it. And my skills have grown personally as a performer and a person. And it even gave me the strength to speak here tonight. And a few years ago, I would not have the confidence to do this. That's how Vita has really helped me grow as an individual and voice my opinion. I want the current and future Vita students to have the same opportunities that Vita has given me. Therefore, I believe Vita shouldn't change its campus or location. It has the room and the space for what Vita offers. Vita offers a place to let your creativity grow, a place which helps you as an individual, a place where it helps you express yourself. Mr. Shigella once said, middle school is the hardest 3 years of your life. You come into middle school as boys and girls, then leave as young men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie Bautista.
Good evening, Dr. Doyle and board members. My name is Stephanie Bautista. I am a former parent of 3 former Vita students. Sorry, that is my daughter. My first child was the first year Vita opened. She was 6th grader to my last child, which is up here, which is this is her last year. I'm opposed for Vita to be transferred to Rancho Minerva because in my understanding, it's a lot smaller campus, and as a parent of 3, if Vita changes, what is going to happen to all those extra classes that as a parent of 3 that I'm not able to afford to take them to a dance class outside of school property or drama or whatever they're into. Also, what are going to happen to the Rancho Minerva families? What are they going to do? There's a big adjustment that you're going to have to find transportation or whatever their family needs are. And what's going to happen if a lot of those families leave the district? The district will be losing money. What's going to happen to programs funded by the government, such as like the school lunches for all the kids in the school, not just low income? Are those programs gonna be gone? And maybe I'm standing right here, you're probably thinking, why does she care? She has no more Vita. Well, you're wrong. Vita's been a part of the family for a long time, and like I said, they offer programs that me as a parent wouldn't be able to afford, and I want all the other kids to also have that opportunity. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one who's not able to afford programs outside. And thank you for your time and the opportunity for me to express my concerns.
Thank you.
Speakers for 8B. And now discussion or action, starting with trustee Ryan.
First of all, thank you to everybody that came out to speak on this topic today. I think what we have before us as a board is not, there's no win-win. I think regardless of the outcome this evening, communities are going to be impacted. And so, part of my feedback as we talked about the recommendation this evening is information is critical. We hear it tonight. And as we move forward, that's going to be critical if we decide to not close or we decide to consolidate. But I think critical for us to get feedback and make sure that the community knows about what's happening. The comment about information about closing too. I think, a couple months ago, I requested information about looking at magnet schools within our middle school, because that seems to be the bottleneck. And so I know we're working on that. It doesn't happen overnight. But at the same time, it sounds like there needs to be more communication to parents. And I know we've been trying a lot, and in the last 7 years that I've been here, it's drastically improved. So I'm not saying that when I'm doing anything, but I do think, some aspects of it, we should look at, especially when it looks like, engaging families that are not English speakers and how to get that communication. As it relates to the recommendations before us, I do have one question on the middle schools. And so if we accept this recommendation, magnet school boundaries, something that we would have to consider and making sure that we calibrate that so that there's not an imbalance from district boundaries.
Yeah, they would go, if there is approval of closure of Bradford and moving the Vita over, that would trigger a whole series of processes that would need to take place. One of those would be the boundary. So that would probably be one of the first processes that would be in place for the board to consider. How would we address this? How would the students at Bradford be redistributed? For which there are approximately 500 students.
Perfect. And then the second question is timeline. Obviously, the committee wasn't direct to give us a timeline, so are you seeking feedback if we decide to move in this direction on when this will happen?
Well, that's a really good question. I knew it would come up. I didn't realize it would come up so quickly. So the timeline is important, but it's much more important for the elementary school aspect of it than the middle school aspect of it, because for Bovier and the breaking ground or our projection for breaking ground would be necessary. I think for the middle school, the timeline is more an issue of the current conditions. And then there's another element, which is the possible expansion of magnet schools in the future. So from a timeline perspective, I would say elementary is most important, and then the secondary would be the second.
Got it. And with it, our board has looked at the AW meeting numerous times, numerous meetings, and I think it's unfortunate on the time when that's out of our control. But what it is in our control is like, what we decide to do moving forward. And part of this, keeping our students safe, and for me, like it looks like we have infrastructure needs, we don't have the capital improvement regardless of what happens with the bond or doesn't happen with the bond. We don't have the funding. It's $1 billion over in capital improvement projects. We passed a $240 million bond. And so this is where at the local level, like that's where we and then at the state level, we want to support infrastructure. It's got to be at the local level. We haven't received significant funding at the state and federal level. So with we'll continue to look at programs and priorities, but at the same time, there is not enough money in the funding for us. At this time, that's accurate.
Trustee Morocco?
Well, I understand
what trustee Vargas says about, there's not a limited situation, but this is devastating, especially for our vulnerable students. We are talking about closing 2 schools that have very high D scores, has very high unduplicated populations, and I don't think we need to close 2. I mean, and if we do, then we need to do it the right way so that we don't devastate these students. They've been through COVID, they've been through so much. So this idea, first of all, if we're gonna look at closing Beaumont, which I agree there's a safety issue at Beaumont. I agree that there is, that Beaumont is the first priority. But if we're gonna do that, I would hope that we would do it in a stage where we would just kind of a managed retreat. Maybe we stop allowing TK and K to go in so that the class gets smaller and the whole school can be moved as one, so that we don't break these kids up, so that they at least have their community. But there's that. The other thing that really bothers me about closing Rancho Minerva and Beaumont, we just got approved for community school funding. That's $4 million that we're gonna leave on the table, that we're gonna walk away from. I think that that's fiscally irresponsible. That we're just gonna leave that there. That to me doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I kind of feel a little bit like there's a bait and switch here when we approve these new administrative salaries to the tune of $2 million. Based on the idea that we're gonna get all this money in from community funding, and now we're saying we're not gonna get it. It doesn't make any sense to me to do this. To me, I still think the best use would be to move Beaumont over to Rancho Minerva and make a K-8 village. Maybe we make it a dual language community. That gives us our middle school for the dual language program. And then as far as Vita goes, yes, Vita is another campus that has issues. And if we're gonna go the route of closing Rancho Minerva, again, if we are gonna go that route, I would hope that we would do it gradually. It would be a managed retreat. Let's wait 3 years. Let's wait till all the kids graduate. Then we could use Rancho Minerva possibly as a swing space, move Vita there, and hopefully we could get the bond funding at that point to fix Vita up. If we move Vita over to Rancho Minerva, Vita will cease to be Vita. Those innovation spaces, the athletic spaces, the community is at that location. I'm very opposed to this act. I mean, I understand that consolidations are hard, but to close 2 schools and then displace another school and relocate it there, I think if we do that, I think Mandy was right. We will never pass a bond again. We also will lose the trust of our community, and that is golden. Our first priority is the well-being of these kids and the families. And this does not take that into consideration. So I would hope that we would come up with a better solution, maybe send it back to committee and say, come up with something better. Maybe we can include the BIC in there, expand the scope, maybe even Casita. Maybe the solution is looking for putting Casita and Vita together in K-8 or something. But I think this is a non-solution, in my opinion.
Trustee Dunn. Can I wait until trustee Sophield or you?
Yeah, well, so the discussion about the $4 million for community schools, that expires after 5 years, and it doesn't speak to the type of work, the type of millions of dollars that are needed to fix a campus that is infested with water intrusion and mold. 2 different funding pots for facilities versus community schools, which is extra staff, extra social workers, vice principals, and wraparound services, 2 different pots of money. Again, with the salaries, I've heard people talk about salaries and administrators, again, different pools. The salaries are coming from one-time funds that were given because of COVID. It does not address facilities and bonds, can only come from bond money. So I just want to put that out there because I think there seems to be a lot of confusion from speakers tonight, and even some of the trustees. You're talking apples and oranges, and we have to really figure out what's needed to fix our campuses. And I knew like 3 or 4 years ago, before we had our long range facilities master plan, I had no idea that we had that type of but we had those types of water intrusion issues at our schools. In fact, when the estimates were given for what was needed for Measure LL, they said like 7 million for Beaumont and 8 million for Beaupierre, and now we're talking 60 million. So as you get new information, because the context changes, you need to make adjustments to thinking and how to problem solve. So I just want to put that out there for community members and for new trustees, and even a reminder to us, because I think sometimes, you know, we get ideas thrown at us, but we really have to put them in the categories where they belong to make an informed decision. Trustee Smithfield?
Okay. So I feel like I have a little, maybe a little bit more knowledge because I've had to sit with all these wonderful people on these committees and learn way too much now, facilities. But what I do know, for sure, without a doubt in my mind, is Beaumont is not safe to keep open and put our kids there. So you talk about kids, that's a safety issue. As far as them going to wherever, I don't think we would take all of Beaumont and say you all have to put your people in Mission Vista, because we do give them a choice. They could choose Honolulu that's close to them, and also Foothill is awfully close to them too. They will be more than welcome. Nobody's gonna. I understand it's a scary thing, so I'm not trying to make light of that. But Beaumont is not safe for our children to continue to learn. As for the middle schools, I'm gonna go back to when Lincoln was on. Lincoln was our middle school, you people remember, and it couldn't be anymore because it was, the facilities were horrible, and I believe we were told you can't do it. So the district decided to build a new one. All the way out, away from every child that went to Lincoln. And nobody came on the behalf of those children and said, why are we taking all these? Why are we taking all these kids? And we can say, because I read on Facebook, oh, well, the brown kids, look at that. Nobody came to say you're taking them from a school where they can walk to, from a school where they can, their parents can be part of their education. I've been told through the years, when they used to have family things like carnivals and stuff, the place was packed with thousands of people. When they have them at Rancho Minerva, there's less than 100 people that show up because everybody lives in town. So when we talk about those Rancho Minerva kids, most of them, I don't know if we know what percentage, come from the middle of town. So they don't even belong over at Rancho Minerva to begin with. So that's where that is. The enrollment's going down. All the data says we cannot sustain this many middles. If we can't sustain this many middle schools, then fiscally, for our constituents, we need to say, what do we do to make it right? Okay, so we do that. And then we have Vita. So now I walk Vita. Oh my goodness. Like really, like how many times do we get texts and everything saying sewage is all over Vita? Or this just happened to Vita. I wouldn't want my kids to be in there every single day. So we have to do something for the kids at Vita. What can we do? Where can we put them? We can't put them at the VIC because we had to stop going to the VIC because of the conditions of the VIC, correct? So what we would need to do is fix those buildings in that area. When we do that, because it needs to be done, whether we do it to make it Vita again or not, we need a place to put Vita. The only place that would be available right now, makes sense, and be fiscally responsible, is to take them and to put them at Rancho Minerva. Okay? But there are some difficulties with that. So the guy was just told a little while ago that they only had 30 some teachers, and then I was just told, no, they have 45 teachers. Not 35, so that's 10 more teachers that need classroom. So then the things that I'm hearing from people saying there's not enough classrooms to get Vita over there, we need to get honest Because to me, somebody's not being honest with me, but I can look up on their website to see exactly how many teachers. There's more than 35, so we'll need more than that many rooms, okay? As far as the pool and the other thing goes, that's a conversation of what we can do to help with that. But going forward, this is such an important decision, and to think that I was just given wrong information about something that was so important about how many teachers are at a school site pushes me over the edge, to be honest, because I would be making a decision on false information. And I would be told, oh, the community, they don't know, they're just being fed false information, when in fact, we have 45 teachers to be there. They also need design labs. Are we gonna be able to do that at Rancho Minerva? Because if we can't, then we can't call it Vita anymore. It would have to be something else. So when I'm making these considerations for this, I'm thinking of number one, the condition of Beaumont, like. And we know, because they've come to the board before all this to tell us how bad their site was and how nothing worked. As far as what those kids would do, that would be something parents should be able to have their choice with. And as far as the middle school, yeah, we can't sustain this many middle schools. It makes no sense for us. That's a waste of our money. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. It makes the most sense for Rancho Minerva. The problem is, because if we're gonna talk about putting them there, we need to have the conversation about the right numbers and exactly what we need. That's I'm done. Go ahead, Lily.
I'm wondering if among my trustees, there would be consensus to accept the recommendation for Beaumont and Monte Vista and table the discussion about the middle school properties.
Why?
Well, I'm listening to my fellow trustees and I'm understanding the dire conditions at Beaumont and our declining enrollment and the need to make a decision promptly, because if we delay the elementary school decision, it will start to impact our Beauvier construction project, which already has a 3-year timeline from now.
Yeah, it would break ground in theory, the end of 24.
So my thought is, I guess, that we have not the luxury of time, some people have discussed, that when we delay making some decisions tonight, particularly for the elementary, it will start to cost us more money and set us back further. The report from Dr. Loescher said we actually could consider closing 2 elementary schools in terms of our declining enrollment. And so it seems to me that closing 1 is a very unfortunate decision. That is the recommendation of the committee, and that is what the numbers are telling us we have to do in terms of enrollment. Like I said already, I'm heartsick. I don't make the decision lightly, but I've had months to consider, that as trustees, we have a fiscal responsibility to every student in the district and our staff. So we could decide to do nothing, and a year or 2 years from now, we'd be doing things lists and creating combo classes and doing all the things that affect students in the classroom. Whereas, moving forward with the recommendations of this committee are fiscally prudent, uncomfortable and awful and devastating. However, the right decisions for us in the mid to long term. The middle school piece, the reason I'm suggesting that we delay is for the valid points that are being brought up, that I think we do need some more information about the 2 recommendations of closing Rancho Minerva and moving the Vita program to that location. I'm just kind of assimilating what I'm hearing. And I personally don't feel like we've heard enough to know that that's exactly what needs to happen next.
Can I ask you a question? But what about the fact that we don't have enough to sustain 5 middle schools right now?
I think we have to make a decision for the middle school soon.
But what is your soon?
I within this calendar, we have to decide. I think, and looking at the facilities, you know, that slide 15, the timetable for Beaumont repairs, I would say, like I would paraphrase what Dr. Lozier said, you know, very urgent, and then the Vita campus is urgent, that we either need to be making decisions to do something facilities wise to repair facilities there now, or, you know, risk.
Well, we can't repair facilities there because they cannot be there if we do.
So are you making a friendly amendment to my proposal that we do decide about the middle school?
What if not a motion?
No.
No, I'm looking for allowances. You would wait on at least part of the middle school, like if we know we don't have enough to sustain 5 middle schools.
Yeah.
Right, we can cure that.
Yeah, I think I'm
And
trying
then
to.
the other piece, I mean, really, I want to get the details, and I want to get the right details about the program, like exactly they need, how does it look like? And then figure that out, but we're still gonna have to figure out something to do with Vita while we fix.
Fair.
Cool. Okay, so
I'd like to speak. I haven't spoken very much. So I'm gonna go ahead and take my time. Going back to the teachers at Vita. All those teachers, do they have their own classroom currently, or are they pushed in or support teachers?
Yeah, so and I don't think we're in a position right now to get into the details of that. It would be unfair. We will bring that information back to you. We're dealing with the asset management committee. Some of the board members made valid point, and we will absolutely bring that information back to you so you have all of the details. One of the statements that Dr. Lozier made and I intimated was that when you change a school, shift a school from one location to another, there are impacts and effects, and we do need to address them. Every program is different. And we're very much aware of that, and that's the purpose of taking a year to go through this process, to work through those things. Regardless of whether or not we need to address those impacts and effects, you still have the issue of Vita and the facility needs there. So we will bring that information back to you. I don't want to get into that conversation now, because I don't have that right in front of me tonight. We will get you that information.
So it seems to me that Vita is worth the money, I think, to fix that. If we have to close middle school and if Rancho, my problem is that Rancho Minerva has such an unduplicated population that it's the kids. They don't belong there. I get that, but what I'm saying is that I want to minimize the negative impact on these kids that have been through so much. If we have to close them, then can we at least, start, maybe not allow 6th graders and start phasing them out, and then we could use Rancho Minerva as a swing space. So that we could fix up some of these older facilities, because Vita's gonna be next. We're gonna have to look at doing the same thing to see it. So Rancho Minerva could potentially be a swing space. I mean, this is, I just am really, the idea that it's gotten to this, I'm upset. And I know that some of you, like, it got to this point. And I'm not gonna point fingers, but it's like, this got to this point. And we have to deal with it now, okay? And I think that we have to deal with it in such a way that we minimize the disenfranchisement of these kids that are going to be displaced by all of this process. So I do think that Vita has, it draws, am I correct? It draws students from outside the district. It does. Okay, so then that tells me it's worth the investment to fix it up and keep it, because there are spaces there that are very important. Plus, I would like to send this back to the committee to look at the bid also, because that land is so large.
there's so much that can be done there that could maybe help offset some of the costs associated with fixing the, it's, if I recall off the top of my head, with the Vic and with Vita, we're talking about a total footprint of 34 acres, and I'm assuming is that usable acres, you know, Sean? Okay.
Yeah, we're really not in a position to have that conversation.
Well, what I'm saying is that there's alternatives that can be done with that land.
Absolutely.
We could have, consolidate down to 16 acres, that gives us 18 acres to do something with, like what we're talking.
Well, we could bring that information back to you, but I don't want to get into the conversation about acres and things until we prepare that report for you, so you have all the facts.
So my question to that is, of course we have to fix Vita. There's no doubt. But in order to fix Vita, we need a whole brand new bond.
Yeah, we do.
So for us to discuss that right now and say, here's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna do this with them, and we're getting way ahead of. We gotta get these people placed. We gotta get them the space that they need so they can continue their program. Before, I mean, and then we're like, okay, people, you wanna give us money, we need to fix this, we wanna do this, and then to do that, but right now, I think it's like, what are we gonna do, what's our path forward, and then I don't know if we discussed tonight what we do with the kids, or that's another. Thank you.
Trustee Vargas?
Yeah, I mean, once again, from my point, there's gonna, the board decides to move forward with this recommendation, we're gonna need to talk about, transportation, programming. Do we want to keep the Vita pool open for specific type of programming, water pool at the high schools? So there's a lot of things that we can be talking about that are all like, is and more information in regards, but right before we have a recommendation. We know for a fact that we need to consolidate both at the elementary and middle school. It's not a choice that I want to have and be voting on this evening, but it is a choice and a recommendation you have to force tonight. So at this point in time, I'll make a recommendation to select the recommendation forward.
Do I hear you say you make a motion, sir?
Make a motion.
Let's get the feedback on the motion. So your motion would be,
The subject, the current recommendation.
no, with that item's done. So you would make a recommendation to close schools, so we're clear. Because this is the second, this is the different item.
Wait, is there a motion on the floor?
No, I'm giving him feedback on how the language for the recommendation.
We look at the act. Discuss an action of the recommendation of the Assessment Advisory Committee spring session 2023. The recommendation to consolidate, Beaumont and maximize Monte Vista. That's the first part of the recommendation. The second recommendation is to look at Vita and consolidate with Rancho Minerva.
That's the language that needs to be in.
That's very good.
I'll read it. Recommendation on slide 3. It is a recommendation of this Asset Management Advisory Committee that Rancho Minerva Middle School parcel number 178-130-92-00. Semicolon, located at 2245 Foothill Drive 92084 be consolidated, and that the property be maximized for educational use by moving the Vista Innovation and Design Academy program to that location. That's the wording. So what I heard you say, Trustee Vargas, is that you move to accept both the recommendation for Beaumont provided by the committee, as well as the recommendation for the Rancho Minerva Middle School, to accept both recommendations provided by this committee.
Correct. And I would just add recommendation for closure, so it's clear and.
Well, yeah, I agree with what they wrote. They didn't write closure. Consolidation.
Okay, we are in the report 21, 22, 23, 24, because those loose slides don't have the elementary school recommendation written on them.
All right.
So like here, the
The
recommendation,
recommendation, I was going by the board doc.
yeah, there's a missing page there, I think.
Got it.
Because it starts with E2, the first page, but there's a new one. See how that on page 90,
Okay. Want to make sure we get this wording correct.
how
or-
It starts with E2 on page 91. The page.
Yeah, you too.
So I think you need to go back to page 86.
Wait.
This is there.
All right. Trustee Vargas,
Yes, ma'am.
we have motion to. No, we're gonna say closed document. We're gonna say consolidated and closed. If you want me to add that.
You can say consolidated as long as that term is used when you make the motion, so that it's clear in the minutes. You're making the motion to consolidate.
Consolidate, you know, this is specifically to the middle.
Just to the middle school. Not Beaumont.
Well, so Beaumont is to consolidate and maximize Monte Vista.
All right. Fair remember, fair enough. I'm sorry if I'm going. I just want to be clear for the record and for the minutes and such. You made it, okay, so trustee Vargas, I heard you say you moved, that it's recommended that Beaumont Elementary be consolidated and low.
You don't need to say close.
Okay, consolidated and I wanted the elementary school be maximized for educational use. In addition, you recommend that we consolidate Rancho Minerva Middle School.
Consolidate. Vita. And.
That's not the wording says that we consolidate. See, I think that where when people think consolidate, they think like merge. But for this, consolidation means what, Dr. Lozier?
Correct. The legal term for school closure is consolidation. So the wording is specific. And forgive me, I don't have your exact word book in front of you. I'm looking at board docs where it has all 4 slides available. For middle school, it states that the recommendation is for Rancho Minerva Middle School to be consolidated. And that the property be maximized for educational use by moving the Vita program to that location. That's what's stated in the slide.
And I have it on the screen.
All right. Want me to reread it? Or are you comfortable with what I said, sir? You're good? All right, so we have a motion on the floor by trustee Vargas.
I second.
It was moved by trustee Vargas, seconded by trustee Kelly. Further discussion.
I'd like to ensure.
As you make a motion, I wanna talk to it first.
Yeah,
So with the, like, I think, the longer we delay, like, we know we need to do this. It's a matter of time, so I think the sooner that we are able to have these next steps and conversations and decide what we want to do, the more quickly we can have outcomes and expectations of what's going to be the vision for those elementary schools and the middle schools that we're talking about this evening, and make plans for adjust. Staffing, facilities, we'll let this board decide to put it on board, we'll let the voters decide. But at the end of the day, like, regardless of that outcome, this board needs to act on this sooner than later. And once again, it's not the motion that I want to make tonight, and like the outcomes and what we want to see in our schools, but that's the reality that we have before us tonight.
All right, trustee Morocco.
Well, okay, a couple things. I've asked that we do a friendly amendment to separate out the elementary school from the middle school, if we can do that. Because I think there was a question about moving Vita over to Rancho Minerva. There's some discussion about that. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that there was one of the recommendations that was in the slide deck was also to go back to send it back to committee and to expand the additional consideration was to send back the committee to expand scope of the asset management committee to include the I believe that was something that the committee did recommend.
It's a suggestion, not a recommendation.
Okay, but, I'm saying that if we're gonna do that, then you know, that there's a question about Vita, so I would ask, if I'm asking if there could be for an amendment that we vote separately on the elementary school and the middle school portions.
Do you accept that for an amendment, trustee Garber?
That's fine with me.
Further discussion? Trustee, Cynthia?
So, going forward with this. So if we accept his motion. And our next discussion is how is this gonna look? Where are the kids gonna go? How are we gonna get them to where they need to be? Although I think there'll be less kids, but where we need to get them to be, but, we will have a discussion of what Vita will need to carry on for the program.
But that'll be the purpose after.
And then we will make sure that we have the right details of their need. And I would like to have Eric here for that discussion.
Of course.
Thank you.
We would do the same for Belmont, because there's, when there's the consolidation happening, there are impacts of the fact that we have to talk through. That's the purpose of the entire process.
Right. But no, and I knew that, and I know we have many things that I want to hear what the parents have to say about that. But in order for me to agree or not to agree, I need to be reassured.
Right.
That we will.
We will absolutely bring all the necessary information.
I need it.
Any further discussion?
But just procedurally, since there's been a friendly amendment that split the two things, does that mean we need to restate the motion?
Yes. I would restate your first vote.
No, well, we had a motion on the floor. We had
We have a motion and a second,
And then we had a friendly amendment,
which turned it into two motions to consider them independently.
And discussion.
Yeah, we should just vote.
So we need to vote it down.
no,
Now, we can vote on the elementary, that goes up and down. On the middle school, and then going up or down, we go from there.
feel like I gotta check my property.
I heard PTA parliamentarian.
You, sir, you're very good at parliamentary.
There's a motion on the floor that we have to vote on.
You have to address the-
Okay. We have to address
This is the full combined one, yeah, all the recommendations of the asset management committee, we have to call the vote. It's, yeah, effectively, if we want to accept the friendly amendment, we all vote that down, and then we make new motions that we can approve.
Yeah. All in favor of accepting the recommendations from the Asset Management Committee for Beaumont Elementary School and management of our middle.
This one, Chris, one of those minutes.
No,
Running the second, I asked to separate them out. That was. So, we're not on any side.
no, I think we have to vote on the first one. So that it die or pass.
So the friendly amendment is not a second.
No, I don't accept, you gotta take two votes. Well, on the elementary, and then vote. I
Right,
accept.
without another motion.
Okay.
Right.
All right, all in favor of accepting the recommendation from the Asset Management Committee that would consolidate Beaumont Elementary and that Monte Vista Elementary School be maximized for educational use? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? And the motion carries 5-0. And the second motion on the floor.
Someone will have to make a second motion.
No. The motion was to have both, the friendly motion, and then it was to separate the two out from elementary. So motion, so.
All right, let's say it. Trustee Gargan, please.
It is recommended that the asset management advisory committee that Montgomery Brothers Middle School be consolidated and the property be maximized for educational use by moving the Vista and Oasis in the Santa County program to that location.
Do we have a motion on the floor? Second. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? The motion carries 4-1. And on that note, we're gonna take a 9-minute break. clock sign at the end, so let's just wait to the end. All right. There will be order to this meeting. The next item on the agenda is item 9A. It's the VUCPTA annual report.
Hello, school board members, superintendent. Vista Unified Council of PTAs. Our mission is to positively impact the lives of all children and families. Studies have shown students with involved parents are more likely to have higher grades, test scores, graduation rates. Parental involvement is linked to improved reading skills, language development, and overall academic performance. Parental involvement is associated with improved social skills, self-esteem, and positive behavior in children. The presence of involved parents in the PTA contributes to a positive school climate, which in turn enhances the overall educational experience for students. Children benefit from a supportive and collaborative school environment with their parents actively participating in PTA, leading to improved social interactions and a sense of community. Children whose parents are actively engaged in the PTA often demonstrate higher attendance rates and increased participation in school activities. PTA involvement fosters a sense of belonging and connection for our children, leading to greater engagement in school-related events and programs. In our own district, the PTA is proud to extend its support to a membership of 3,561 fabulous PTA peeps. This past year, as I reflect on our journey, I am reminded of the countless board meetings, workshops, and association meetings we have organized for our PTA units. These gatherings have been instrumental in fostering growth, keeping everyone informed, and providing the support our families need to thrive. At the beginning of the majority of our board meetings, I initiate a TREC exercise. If you're wondering what TREC is, it is trust, respect, equity, collaboration, and kindness. So I just move them around a little bit. Aiming to infuse our core values into each gathering. These past years, in the face of challenges and uncertainties, we remained committed to equipping our PTA members with the knowledge and tools necessary to make a difference in the lives of our students. We recognize that knowledge is power, and by facilitating these meetings and workshops, we empowered our PTAs to become effective advocates, leaders within our community. As you can see here tonight. We have had incredible opportunity to collaborate with our district on various events that have left a lasting impact. We are proud to have been part of the remarkable events such as the Festival of Arts, Vista's Art Under the Stars, and the Early Ed Fair. These events have provided a platform for our students to showcase their artistic talents and capabilities, as well as help funded our Vista Stars. We actively engaged in equity training session facilitated by Kiki, which has sparked inspiration among PTA units to incorporate similar sessions into their school PTA meetings. We have already put together a plan for more parent engagement nights, equity trainings, as well as foster collaborative initiatives with our city in the upcoming year. With collaboration as our guiding principle, we eagerly anticipate the growth and development that lies ahead in the coming year. A challenge we have had this year is the ongoing prevailing feeling of being reduced to just a checkbox in our district. As PTA members, we pour our time, energy, passion into supporting our students and advocating for their needs. We strive to make a meaningful impact on their education and well-being. Yet sometimes it feels as though our efforts are merely seen as a box to be marked off, a formality to fulfill, or just a parent group to write a check. This challenge impacts our morale, engagement, and ultimately the effectiveness of our PTA units. When we feel like a checkbox, it is easy to lose motivation and question significance of our contributions. It becomes more challenging to rally our members, attract new volunteers, and maintain a vibrant PTA community we strive to build. Collaboration within our PTA community is crucial. By fostering a sense of unity, purpose among our members, we can demonstrate the collective strength and dedication we bring to the table. Through shared experiences, support, shared goals, we can overcome the feeling of being reduced to checkboxes and instead be recognized as an active, essential contributor to our children's education. In conclusion, the ongoing challenge of feeling like checkboxes within our district is a significant hurdle for our PTA units. However, by addressing the challenge head-on, open lines of communication, emphasizing our impact and fostering collaboration, we can reclaim our position as valued partners in education. Together, let us reaffirm the importance of our PTA units and continue to advocate tirelessly for the best interests of our children. Thank you for all your unwavering dedication and commitment to our PTA community.
I value you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm not used to this. So. But thank you
I
guys.
think we're really lucky to have you and all the parents in this district are amazing. The dedication of our PTAs commendable.
I have a question. With the role of PTA being different than, say, a school site council or ELAC, what do you think could be done to make that feeling of being a check mark disappear? What do you think could be done?
I would say, I think inviting us, just like some of the examples that came over today, of really making sure that we are asked to be at the table with some of these decisions that are being made, to hear us all out, and making sure also that we are actively giving out the information to our families so they can feel like they are part of the conversation. I think it would make a difference and foster, not feeling just like a check mark. I know going to several meetings, sometimes it can feel like you come to it and you have the parent there, but are we actively making sure that we have a variety of parents coming, that we are hitting certain groups in our district that don't always have that voice, where with PTA, we are a big mixture of different parents. So it's not always the same groups. I would say too, fostering relationships. We're looking at doing more together with ELAC so that we are partnering so that we don't seem like there is a big divide. I have heard this past year that some of the people who have been involved with ELAC felt like it had to be a choice. You either did PTA or you're ELAC, or that our district wouldn't highlight ELAC as much as they would PTA. And we're wanting to break down a lot of those walls.
So then, like, I want to understand that, because I know like PTAs have mission statements, right? Which are really different than an ELAC committee. And so I understand like communicating to parents that they don't have to be in one category, that they could participate in different either groups or committees within their schools, within the entire district. So maybe having more educational, like when people at the beginning of the school year, back to school nights, like perhaps before, back to school nights, before they visit their child's class, perhaps a parent meeting with the principal, explaining the different committees, PTA, and also what the roles are, because what is the mission of the official mission of PTA?
The official mission was what I mentioned with effectively advocating for our students and families of getting their voice heard. I didn't say it quite right now.
So then maybe what I hear you say is perhaps the principal could say, well, we have PTA and this is the mission and the goal of PTA. Then we have ELAC, which is a committee that is regulated or it's mandated by the federal government for our English or state for English language learners. And so that maybe better explaining that to our parents when they come to back to school night could maybe empower parents more on using their voice and choosing where they want to spend their time and energy.
And one of the things that I did bring to Dr. Doyle, that he has agreed that we're going to move on
forward with is doing some trainings with our principals and our presidents from PTA, so that in the beginning of the year, the trainings that we work together and collaborate, we understand the place of each person and what that relationship looks like, and foster them meeting throughout the year. Because I know personally, being president for it, I had to go and help facilitate some of those relationships, because there were times that our PTAs were feeling like they just want to check from us. They're not inviting us to say, have a say in some of this. They're just going, well, you've always written the check for this. Can you just write this? So it's realizing that we're not just check signers. We want to be there in the conversation, helping facilitate, those things that we are helping to fund.
Right. Right. I'm just trying to put it in categories, because I hear school site council, or that's decision making, school site council, right? So it's just maybe just explaining more what each organization does to parents at the beginning of the school year. Perhaps if it's not being done, it might be done. Okay. Sorry, I had to ask that because I didn't want to just. I appreciate you. I've been at schools without PTAs, and I've also been at schools with PTAs, and it changes the whole culture of the school. So I value the work of our volunteers. You guys are essential to our kids and to us, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
I have a question for you. I'm sorry.
For me?
Well, for us,
Okay.
because it's already 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Just my questions on the
Okay.
outcome are this. And I will ask them, I'm not gonna feel, I don't want to feel rushed to it.
Okay.
And then we have budget.
Yes, ma'am.
So.
I just didn't like the box question. Okay, we're moving on. Thank you, Ms. Herman.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda is 9B, measure LL facility bond micro work.
Yeah. Thank you very much, President Alvarado, Vice President Kelly, members of the Board of Trustees. This micro workshop, just on its face factually, almost all materials were already covered in the facilities workshop from last week. The purpose of the micro workshop is to be transparent and to provide information that is available. But really what we are looking at is pertaining to item 16J later on the agenda this evening to be voted upon. So there's no substantive information in this presentation this evening. The primary presentation as we move forward is simply that we have encountered unforeseen items for Vista Magnet Middle School. We did go through this nearly precise slide at a previous meeting. If we move down, we provide photographic evidence as to what some of those items are. Again, as we move forward into the next slide, which is slide 7, this is again information that was presented to the board, knowing that we would have an action item this evening. Again, that item is 16J later on. And we've received questions on all of those items. In addition, there's another item regarding Beaubier Elementary School, which has again we covered regarding the reconstruction and contract modifications that will come up later again in this meeting. Again, items covered at a previous meeting, but we wanted to provide them for transparency in slide format, so that way any members of the community would have access to them in board docs. So that is really the sustenance of a very micro presentation, because we covered the maximum presentation at the last workshop.
Sorry. All right, any questions? Discussion? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, the next item on the agenda is 9C presentation.
Wait.
Presentation of Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
It is my honor to present the chair of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, Ms. Linda Latner. The purpose of this item from a legality standpoint is that each year the CBOC, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, must publish an annual report. This year, the annual report is in a new format. There are several items that are legal items to be presented in the annual report. It is their report. In this case, it's not for you to accept. The CBOC publishes it. It is published date as of the date that they provide it to the board. And it is required that the chair present her letter to you, which is the first page of the report about her findings, so you can hear from her independent of staff, including myself, which is the portion where I sit down.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Doyle and all your trustees. I am super proud again of the great group that I get to work with every day, every month to help put together everything that's related to this bond. With that said, I understand that you guys have all received a copy of our report, and so I'd just like to go over some of the highlights. The Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, CBOC's purpose is to ensure that Measure LL bond funds are used appropriately and as outlined in the bond, Vista taxpayers approved. Accordingly, we are pleased to present this annual progress report to the Vista Unified Governing Board and the citizens of the district. We hope the community will take a few moments to review the many projects outlined in this report. There is considerable ongoing activity at school sites throughout the district, and much of it is very visible to the community. Please excuse all the dust that we are causing in your neighborhood. For example, to date, more than 104,000 square feet of portable units have been removed from Vista Unified School District, meeting a primary objective of the Measure LL. And trust me, we have many more to remove. And removing the annual audit completed for the fiscal year July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, we noted that there were no instances of noncompliance. Auditors sampled transactions amounting to 1,005,000, I can't remember all these digits, sorry, and total expenditures during the audit period. The conclusion stated the results of our test indicated that in all significant respects, the district has properly accounted for the expenditures held in the building fund, Measure LL, and that such expenditures were made for authorized bond projects. The audit did identify one material weakness relating to internal controls and amounted to an accounting entry. This finding was non-substantive and was unrelated to bond expenditures. For this audit, a correction has been made to move approximately $4 million from one fiscal year to the next, which has no negative impact to the bond program, nor to the overall year-over-year balance to the account. While the largest scale construction capital improvement projects in fiscal year 2021 to 2022 utilized bond funds, the majority of the district's smaller facilities projects were completed using other funding sources. For example, district-wide drinking fountain conversions, hand washing stations, and ventilation projects were conducted using elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. Many ground improvements were conducted using district deferred maintenance funds. The district also pursued a certificate of participation for their Fund 40 sources that has allocated millions of dollars to work in confluence and augment facility and maintenance improvement initiatives. These additional revenue sources have and will continue to be advantageous as construction material increased in cost due to market supply issues and closing the various supply plants. The impact of both the Vista High School and Rancho Buena Vista High School projects, increasing the original estimated price by a range of 18 to 25%. We regularly review the Vista Unified School projects, their budgets and actual expenditures. The facilities bond management team, composed of seasoned construction and public facility experts, provides quarterly progress reports at each meeting and discusses the timeline for future projects. Based on our review of the audit report, as well as the projects, budgets, expenditures, the CBOC has concluded that the district's expenditures have been fiscally responsible and adheres to the scope of Measure LL. Our CBOC meetings are open to the public, and we highly encourage people to attend. We appreciate public input and value the insights of our community members. We greatly thank the taxpayers for their support of Measure LL bond and making our schools more sustainable. As always, the community is encouraged to review the information available on the Measure LL website to find the purpose statement, learn more about the projects, and view the progress of our district facilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I do want to thank Linda, and we have two other members of the CBOC here tonight, Bill and Penny, for the great work that you've done. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar items. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the board votes, prior to the time the board votes on the motion, unless members of the board, the staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent calendar items.
That includes 16.
We already pulled it.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to pull one.
Okay, what would you like to pull?
12F.
12F, which is approve the first reading of the visitors outsiders, so.
Yeah.
All right, and so just to, we pulled the Amazon
Thank
already,
you.
we have it.
Thank you.
That's.
Standard, thank
okay,
you.
Okay, so. Any other items that need to be pulled from the consent calendar?
I'm
All
sorry,
right.
but
May I make a motion then to approve the consent calendar except for item 12F?
Second, okay, moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Morocco. All in favor of approving the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, we already said minus 12F, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0. All right, the next item on the agenda is 12F.
Well, that,
12F.
I have it right
I
here.
just want clarification.
Sandra, come on up.
Come on up, Sandra. You
I've got it right here.
all so
those-
quiet.
so you can see it.
Um,
Here we go.
and so I read through this and I didn't find it, but I kind of read through it quickly, but I've got some emails and some things out there that we took away the fact that we're gonna now let sexual predators on campus. And I say that because I know we're not, but I just want the public to hear it because somebody's spreading that rumor.
Yeah, so when we do our proposed revisions, you'll see that anything, so we start with the existing policy. Anything that's being removed would have a cross out. Anything that's being added based on current ed code is in bold. Specifically, you won't see, I don't see.
Offender, what I see here is we have a policy for when a sex offender enters campus.
Correct.
Correct.
If they were to, yes. So we have the visitor management system called Jolly, correct? The Jolly management system, sorry, Raptor, sorry, the Raptor system, which, yes.
They do.
So every person, when they register, has to submit their identification and it runs them through a criminal background check. If someone comes up positive, that the administration and staff will be alerted.
So the fact that people are saying, oh, they're taking it out, they're letting anybody on campus is just total misinformation.
Yeah, so you won't see anything that is crossed out here that was in any
No,
prior,
and I
and there-
do
you
see
can actually
that.
see that it's added.
I needed you to say that, so when
Perfect.
people watch this
Mhm.
and listen, they can see that we never, ever would let that happen.
Well, and if I'm understanding the additional language, it says that the person has to ask for written permission from the principal. It doesn't mean that permission is granted.
Exactly, and it's followed up with, will consult with law enforcement before allowing any such person to participate, to come to school or participate in any activity.
There's one other additional item that's important for the board to note. Thank you for bringing this up. This is a board policy. So as soon as the board policy is passed, next thing I will develop an administrative regulation. And that addresses what trustee Kelly brought up, which is specificity around the protocol we would follow. Should there be a person identified with that capacity and our decision whether or not they would be allowed on site or not. So, but that would come with the administrative regulation.
Thank you for clarifying.
I think so. That's all right.
I'm sure everybody.
So just to clarify, this is for anyone who wants to like volunteer in school or come to a conference. It's once they pass that entrance at the front office.
Exactly.
So hypothetically, when a parent or a grandparent or uncle and aunt like walks up to a school to wait for their family member, they're outside of the perimeter, like there's no way for anyone to know who is and who's not. It's when they want to sign in and come on campus, whether to volunteer Whether, but for conferences, we don't have parents checking in at the front office either. Like those types of nights, we have no control over.
I mean, like an open house.
I mean, for all that, you don't have parents checking in.
We don't.
It's not open house, not back to school nights, not fairs, so, but this is just for people volunteering with the capacity where they're working with kids.
Correct.
With another certificated teacher there.
Yes, that's
Or staff, okay, thank you for that clarification.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Vargas, seconded by trustee Kelly to approve 12F. All in favor of approving, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries 5-0. The next item on the agenda is 16A, adopt the local control and accountability plan, LCAP, for the 2023-24 school year. And, yeah, just wait a minute. Did we, extend the meeting?
Not yet. I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:59.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Morocco to extend the meeting to 11:59. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries 5-0.
We have a brief discussion on that. If we don't finish everything, are there certain items that have to be voted this evening
Yes,
that we
the
should
first-
perhaps
The first
reorder?
5, I can tell you right now, so, hold on, let me get the 16A, these are all a package. 16A, B, C, B and C are formality, and then of course, the district budget, D. Those are the main ones that we have to, by virtue of the timing. Approve tonight.
Right, so the other ones.
Are there any other items, on, other than those two that legally we need to do? Sean, you said?
I was looking at me.
Least recommended, so what item is that?
Jay.
Jay,
There's
Okay.
item, legally, you need to do item 16G for the performance auditor measure LL. That will be reported to the file.
and I'm writing it down, for you, I'll tell you in a moment.
Alright.
Are there any other items? Team?
Item J, approve
I've
amendment
got J,
for GMP.
I've got it.
Contract B and F.
Contracts
and purchase orders are absent.
Yeah, so in order for us to do summer work and work into the fall, those will be, so I'll read them back to you.
Okay. Okay,
So it's item A through D, we've all a cluster of items as it relates to our budget and our strategic plan. J, G, E, and F.
And L.
What's that? I'll explain now.
L is the designating the surplus fund at 10% of the hours. That was the budget.
Yeah, some of these are formalities, so it's not gonna take a lot of time to talk about them. And some of them. Oh,
I have a list.
Okay.
Are we asking about what we have to do tonight?
Yeah.
That's what we're asking.
NOP
16?
yeah,
Okay.
16 NOPQR.
Just 6.
And so.
so really, we should be
Please
asking which ones are not timed.
explain to them why.
Really, we should be asking which ones are not, because it's.
There are multiple ones that need to be done by July 1. They need to be taken care of in the month of June, so we can make them effective July 1. Number of these things are impacted by that.
We have an hour and 40 minutes.
All right.
Is that going to be enough time? No. I know.
And I don't want to feel anxiety and have to rush through this, because every month we say we have to do the important things first, so I'm gonna ask my questions. I'm just giving you a forward.
So, do we need to consider a special meeting?
You could. If you don't finish it, you could do it tomorrow.
I thought we had
Normally,
48 hours.
yeah, well, normally you would, there are certain things here that would be approved during the regularly scheduled board meetings, so the budget. And the LCAP would have to be done during a regularly scheduled meeting. But the other meetings could be special, Amy, your items, and Rachel's items could be special. But the first item, that's why there's first, are the ones that are legislatively mandated. The other items could be done tomorrow. Or Saturday.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just laughed
We
about
can see how
Saturday.
far we get.
Yeah, I guess.
Did I
let's-
just laugh about Saturday? Okay, let's go, let's move it, and
Let's,
if we have to do tomorrow, we'll.
16A.
All right.
Now, for the purpose, just so the board understands what we would do, for the purpose of this conversation, I'm assuming you want to talk about action items and cost for action items. So we're gonna actually use the blueprint full detailed budget. Just keep in mind that the LCAP, for which it's the first item 6 and 8 is identical for the full detailed budget. So we're just gonna use that because it's easier to use, but I'm assuming that's what you're referencing.
So I went through this and I have questions on some of our spending and what we're doing,
Yes.
so I would like to be able to follow.
That
through
is the
this.
full detailed budget, I believe.
Is this what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
It should say, it just to make sure, because I can't see that far, Ms. Smithfield.
It's the long version.
Yeah, it should say at the top, I just want to double check to make sure we're looking at the same. It should say full detailed budget final at the very top. The very top of your first page, look at the first page.
Oh, this is what, oh.
Yeah.
And no, I understand that, but I didn't have that for today, so I worked out of the other one.
Yeah, that's fine, it's the same.
And, I don't see that on here.
Let me look, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same.
So needy.
Yeah, that's the whole detailed budget. I'm sorry. We're good.
I'm sorry, you guys.
Now, you are looking at the draft and it was one minor revision to it, but it's almost identical.
Well, when we get there.
Yeah, so but you are on the correct document, so the board member should have a copy of this, the full detailed budget. But you'll know it's the full deal because it says it at the top. Okay. All right. I'll pass it back to the board president.
All right, well, the next item we said is 16A, so adopt the local control and accountability plan, LCAP for 2023-24 school year. How, do you have a presentation or do you guys want to do Q&A or?
We don't.
Because we don't have a presentation, so let's just start off. Well, I was going in order, so. Okay, go Rosemary.
Well, this is gonna take me forever to get through this. Can we just go page by page and then when people have a question, we just.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll skip that one, but it was kind of curious to me on 1.1.
Okay.
Remind and s'mores goes up from 100,000 to 232,000.
Go ahead.
That's for both Remind and S'mores accounts. These were funded by sites, and because more sites started to use them, we brought it in and made it a district expense rather than a site expense. There are sites that were paying for it on their own.
See, a lot of them are gonna be easy. And then I got to strategy 3 on page 27. So if anybody has questions in the meantime. Should I just keep going?
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay, so on page 27 and 129,
Okay.
I have, okay, so talk to me about hourly for school MTSS teams to meet to implement at the schools, $75,000.
That was last year's budget. It's zero this next year.
So what, we're not gonna have that.
We took some of those funds that were being used and they're now in part of our collaboration time. That's in strategy 5.
So we're taking money that we use for MTSS and we're putting it into collaboration.
And moved it to strategy 5. Yeah.
Okay, and then, $200,000 for MTSS trainings and $200,000 for workshops and contracted services for MTSS. Detail.
That's for a conference that we will be attending and further refinement and development of our MTSS work that may take time for after school programs.
So let's talk about the conference. I believe this is in Orange County. And I believe you developed it.
I was worked with the state to develop it, yeah.
And I believe you asked for all of our principals to bring a team to the conference.
I invited them to attend.
And they're planning on spending the night on our dime and feeding them, which comes to $400,000 for our conference. So I was told when we hired, you were the expert. You're the MTS expert in the whole state. And now you're asking us to spend close to $500,000 for us to take to your people to do your conference. I question the conflict of interest, and I don't think this money is well spent, because not only do we have you, but you want to bring in an MTSS friend from Orange County. So I think this money can be better utilized for our kids. Okay, that's it on that page. I hope that somebody's taking notes. Are we?
I'm taking.
Thank you. Okay,
But taking notes when you say that, right?
like Rachel, you know how Rachel usually, somebody takes notes about what we're, and why are we taking notes? Because I don't want to just say this, and that's $400,000.
So what I would prefer to do, for since we're going line through line,
Okay,
is see if people agree with what you're saying and then either strike it.
Yeah.
Or leave
okay,
it.
so you don't want me to just say what I have to say?
Well,
then?
for things like that,
Okay,
I mean, it's-
Not budget tonight, so there's gotta be agreement or disagreement.
there's gotta be consensus.
okay, so we want to do that right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
so there you go. That's, all those details were brought to my attention. It is for this group, it is for them. I didn't think putting money into spending night, I thought there was a mile limit. I know when I used to do overnight, there was a mile limit before we could get that money. And I have a real hard time. We don't know if this is gonna move the needle. We should try it a little bit first. And since we have two experts that we're paying, we need to get them to do that for us.
So just so I'm clear, are you proposing that we strike it all, or we strike the staying overnight?
I'd say we strike this conference.
Okay.
I mean, if we have the creator right here, why are we paying all this money to go?
I understand your point. I just wanted to make sure I was clear what you were asking for.
Because we just voted last week to spend money on admin, which everybody knows my feeling about that. And now we're spending $400. Where are we going? A few years ago, when we were in charge, we made sure we got away from this stuff. We stopped growing the district office. We stopped sending people to things that cost the district too much when our kids are not being taken care of. We talked about, we're adding a whole mess of TOSAs. So now the TOSA list is just back up where we started when we had a cut. We have to have this conversation.
I understand. I just wanted to be clear.
Does anyone else agree with trustee Smith?
I like, response from the district and more feedback on it. Are we talking about 5 teachers? Are we talking about, what's
Could
the?
you provide the rationale for?
Yeah, so the conference, the Orange County Department of Education had it's now with $100 million from the state of California to scale up a multi-tiered system of support for the state. And yes, I did work for the Orange County Department of Ed, where I was in charge of that project. This is a statewide conference that has been in place. This is its 6th year that it's going on, and it's a conference that brings people from across the nation to attend this conference. And so the thought of sending a group of teachers and principals, so principals were told, and principals had asked me about the conference. Can we attend the conference? Can go to the conference? And so after hearing a couple of them, we opened an invite to all principals to say, if you'd like to bring a team, because when you build your MTSS systems, you do it with a team. And so every principal is allowed to bring up to 8 people. And so principals have devised teams to come attend this conference. The conference provides a lot of knowledge, not just from the knowledge in my head, but it's actual practitioners who have been implementing the work and describing and sharing with colleagues what they've done to move their MTSS systems forward. So it's a lot of reasons to send people to a conference like this. It's for capacity building of our teachers and our principals. It's team building time. They get to see models from other districts who are implementing MTSS. And it's an opportunity for us to get some baseline knowledge about where we need to go. So I do hear a concern that I have the expertise in this area. We're bringing in a director. When we proposed this conference at the time, because we did it a couple months ago. We did not have a director of MTSS at the time. It wasn't a position we were looking at. And we didn't have all the supports in place that we needed to move this forward. So a baseline knowledge to send people to a conference to come back and actually see what can we validate that we're doing well here. And then what did we see that we could, learn from and move things forward. So that's rationale for attending the conference.
How many days is the conference? 3 days, okay,
Yeah,
so
and because of the location in Anaheim,
right,
we did talk at the cabinet and made a decision that we would allow people to spend the night instead of driving back and forth because of the distance.
so if my numbers are right, you're talking about, is every principal going?
I'd have to go back and check. I think the majority of the principals are going.
Right, so if every principal, by my numbers, that comes out to a total of $1,500 per person for 3 days.
Teachers are going to.
Mhm.
Teacher.
Teachers
a
too.
team of 8 teachers.
No, she said, so
Yeah.
with the principal and a team of 8, that's 9 people. I'm estimating with all, if every single school is sending a team, it comes out to $1,500 a person for 3 days. I think for a 3-day conference, it's not that bad.
That's not my point, Lynette. This is bad timing.
Okay. well,
This
I'm
is
just-
$400,000.
Okay,
And then we're gonna be screaming at things what the kids don't have. And then I'm gonna sit here and say, well, do you remember this vote? Cause I
You're
told you, I'm really good at it, I told you so.
So the funding source for this is educator effectiveness. It's one-time funding, and part of the funding for educator effectiveness is to build your multi-tiered system of support.
so can we use those funds on anything else?
Yeah, other things, but one of them is to build MTSS.
The travel costs, what would the number be if we did not have overnight hotel accommodations?
Probably half the cost.
When we attended CSBA in downtown San Diego, I had to drive back and forth from downtown San Diego every single day. It might be slightly less mileage. It was challenging, but that's the way we spend money so that we can concentrate funds to students.
What is board policy on conference travel? Is it out of county versus
I
county?
was told it was miles.
We had miles of like 100 and then we extended it. It's not.
The conference is right at the border of the mileage, and so in the AR, it was changed that if the conference is multiple day, then not the night before, but starting the night of would be when the hotel would start. So it still has the 110 or 100 mile, Orange County and LA are one of those that are right on the cusp, and that's why we included this conference, because it's right on the cusp and you're driving back and forth 3 days. So it is more miles, because from here to downtown, because I do that every day almost, is 40 miles. And so to there, doing that 3 times, that's why we were doing the hotel for 2 of the nights, not 3 of the nights. So they can't check in the night before. They have to drive up the day of the conference 2 nights and come back. And then it's the mileage and the meal. And so the hotel is estimated at $250 a night. So that would be $500 would be the hotel piece of it.
Also, the drivers going back and forth.
Yeah, and so the mileage right now is 66 or 69 cents a mile. So doing that back and forth each day, it roughly would end up almost being the same. And so that was one of the things that we. Yes, they could
We
carpool.
just can't require it.
Yeah.
And they can meet here and they could carve. And they will, but that's so much.
Was anyone mandated to attend, or was it all voluntary?
It's all voluntary.
All right, so do we have any consensus on trustee Smithfield's recommendation to pull it? Pull it, or just make them drive every day? Or not have it on their trustee Smithfield?
Probably just disallow.
I think if we can see in a year that our needle is starting to move, then we can invest more money next year if we have it. if our kids are settled and our principals have things that they need. You know, like, we don't even know if this is gonna move the needle in our district. Every district's different, so here we are, jumping right in. I've seen this my whole career, so. I am a little.
I'm curious to hear how the funds could be what other things we would spend $400,000 on that qualifies for that funding source requirements.
Well, it's educator effectiveness, so there's a variety of,
Yeah,
the variety of things.
majority of it has to be spent on staff development.
Yeah.
And
It's
this is
the effectiveness of the educators.
And we have two
The
experts
PD.
here.
We do. Well, I'm thinking about things like professional development and.
No, I'm just saying for this one here, we have that. So yeah, we can spend it for professional development. They can come here. We can pay them extra for the professional development. We can pay the presenters a little bit extra. And then when we see them getting on board and jumping into this, then that discussion can come. But right now in this LCAP, that's.
And just a reminder that this educator effectiveness funds expires. And so this may be the only opportunity to send people
When does it expire?
2027.
25, 20.
25, 26.
Does anyone agree with trustee Smith though?
I share the concerns, but I don't understand if we don't do this, it feels like there's a possibility that there's $400,000 that doesn't get spent. Because it's expiring one-time funding, and I guess, you know, sort of a hard thing to just.
Other trainings in San Diego County for MTSS?
No. The statewide conference is in Orange County. It's not,
Oh, like
it's
the next year, is there anything in San Diego County?
not for MTSS.
There would be other trainings.
Yeah,
Yes.
All right, hearing no one.
Okay, I'll go to my next,
We're gonna leave it in there.
on the next page.
Okay.
Page 28. There it is, one learning recovery grant. Well, I got a hold of the learning recovery grant. Let me pull that up. Here we go. And I read what we can spend it on, and nowhere, anywhere, does it say we can spend it on coordinators.
staff to help support the mental health of our students.
It says, hold on a second. If I actually had some other experts, make sure I was reading this correctly. And what would fit under it, and I gave them some things, and it's not opening. Matt, do you have it where you can pull it up quickly? You sent it to me.
You're talking about the information I sent?
You sent me
Okay,
the learning
the
recovery.
summary,
Yeah,
are you referring to the summary?
What's wrong with my phone?
It's via text.
Why
And
can't I
he
get
sent
that?
it to everyone.
Oh,
Okay.
so if you look under there, what the money can be spent for. Everything I read and every way it was interpreted is supposed to be spent for the kids, so we could hire. Counselors that are gonna work with the kids, we could up the counselors' pay. Because we all know they're worth it, but it doesn't say that we can bring a coordinator in that's not gonna work with the kids, it's only gonna be working with other counselors.
this position was a response to trying to do something with our school counselors who are asking for more support with somebody who has the credentials that they have.
Now, I
So-
understand
yeah.
that, but it doesn't fit under the learning recovery grant.
So
And that's what you're planning on paying it out of.
So again, I'm just checking to understand, Ms. Smithfield, what you're asking. So what you're proposing is because it's an administrative position, we can't use learning recovery grant, is that your question? Because typically, if there's a preclusion to use it for administrative purposes, it actually has a codicil in it that says you can only use X percentage of the funding for administrative positions.
Want me to read it?
I can't find the
C, integrating student support. Integrating student support to address other barriers to learning and staff support and training such as the provision of health, counseling, or mental health services, access to school meal programs before and after schools, programs to address student trauma and social emotional learning, or referrals for support for family or student needs.
Is that the list where it says
Yeah.
what it can be spent for? So to me, that's people to work with the kids in those areas, not to put it into a coordinator. Okay, do we need to decide if we're gonna do that, or should I go to the next one?
Does anyone agree with Trustee Smithfield?
I don't have this text that you're talking about.
Yeah, it was on
It's
the
in your-
group text.
It's in your email.
In my
Yeah,
email.
because your
Oh,
text, remember,
gotcha,
it
gotcha.
bounced back.
Okay. I know.
You wanna wait till you pull it up?
Can I put Amy on the spot and ask, what's your confidence level that that's a qualified expenditure under the learning recovery block grant?
As Dr. Doyle mentioned, where there is a specific restriction, it will mention it. There's nothing on the FAQs on the CDE website that says there's an exclusion to anything. There's nothing on the FAQ, it lists that it is not part of the annual audit report. Because in the annual audit report, that's where you would see the other restrictions.
Okay.
And so it's not stated that there are no exclusions to any specific type of position. It's what's allowable is the general types of expenses that Martha just read.
So the thing is, do you want to spend it on a coordinator that won't work with kids? Or do we want to put more counselors in with that money?
Well,
Or
No, the counselors asked for the quote. Is this?
Yes.
yeah, but we're not paying it out of the right funds. These funds are supposed to be for the kids,
Okay.
people to work with the kids. And I can guarantee, I talked to legal about this. And I guarantee you, there's difference of opinion, and if somebody wants to say they're not spending this right because of this, it would be something we could have to go after the way this is being spent. But I'm not gonna stop because I don't really think people are gonna agree.
No, I'm just,
I'm gonna just keep going.
I'm not finding.
Okay, on the next page,
What page?
now I'm on page
29.
29. Okay, learning recovery grant. That's for curriculum. I assume that is, it's good. For that. Social emotional curriculum. For the counselors and site staff. I forget what my question was there, but so I'll go over that. Then we go a few more down. Oh, there it is again, learning recovery block grant. So you say a certain amount of percentage, but here we have, a dean for Vista High School. Okay, so that's another $128 from this grant that's supposed to be people working with kids.
So the dean will be working with kids on behaviors.
We got other people there to do that. So we do this, we change it. See, I get 85 different stories. Who-wide implementation of trauma. Okay, so on the next page, it says school administrators will provide ongoing professional development and examine practices to review school-wide implementation of trauma-informed practices, inclusive practices, anti-bias, blah, 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 blah. Well, that sounds great. Never mind, I'm not gonna waste time on that because it's 0. Okay, the next page, page 31. Here we go again, learning recovery grant. gang awareness prevention program. Who's gonna do that?
Well, it's design and implement. And Sandra, can you help me with this one with the gang awareness? Because you've been working on this one a lot. And I know we have some grant money that goes with this as
Well,
well.
the 100 too, they're related.
Yeah, and the restorative justice is related, yes.
The next two.
These two.
So they're both learning recovery
We're on page
grants, and
31.
we're taking out of them, again, the learning recovery grants is for. Is this the one where it's again for people to go and tell other people how to do it, or are these people actually doing it?
So the first one, design and implement the comprehensive gang awareness, is the one that we talked about the last time, where we're bringing in the Tariq Kamisa Foundation. So each of our high schools will have a full-time person that will work directly with students. And our middle schools, nearly all of them will have a full-time person.
Okay, so that, I wanted to hear that that was for that. Restorative justice professional development support, so we can use this for professional development?
Yes, so we have currently in place, we have a grant that's a collaboration between the National Conflict Resolution Center and SDCOE to have the two full-time restorative justice staff. And so this is augmenting it, so we'll have 4 people, so that these people will go out and work with students, but also provide professional development to staff. And the goal would be to build the capacity of the staff to then do this internally and maintain after this project is complete.
Quick question on restorative justice, 'cause when we used to do it, when I was in the classroom. We did like the first part, and that was it. I would just wear this around your neck on your lanyard and ask these kids questions. Restorative justice is such a bigger piece than that. That's not gonna help. So we are gonna follow it through.
Absolutely. So this year, and they're just completing their annual report to share with you. They've been going out and doing professional development with staff. One of them is called Love and Belonging, which is working with staff to figure out how to develop those relationships and that inclusive environment within their classroom. They also have been doing another training, which they call HAAS, which is kind of for the CPI training, which is for when a student needs to have some sort of restraint. The whole first part of that training is about how to de-escalate the situation so it doesn't become escalated. So they've been working with our administrators and with our teachers on how to approach a student who's in crisis and to help them, recenter. So they're doing some of the traditional things, the circles, the questioning, but they're also doing a lot of culture and strategy building with people.
So I was more looking at those children that come in that don't have the controls, the filters, and need all those skills. And we used to, when we were doing it, and I can vouch for this, I would have kids that were hurting other kids. I'd send them to the office. Our counselors was like, "Oh, Penny, how do you think that person felt? Oh, okay, well, here's the sticker. Now go back. We just did restorative justice, Rosemary, and it should be fine." And it never was. So I get the circles and all that, but there's further pieces to restorative justice that we really need to get into.
Absolutely.
But I don't think you have to worry about that, right?
That's why we've got 4 amazing experts.
Perfect. Okay, next page, 32. Okay, there's that, so you have the gang awareness on your slide, 190,000 and 190,000.
Yes, because that is the total amount, and I believe
What's the
it's
total?
2 different funding,
funding
it's 2 funding sources. So that's why it's in here twice.
So it costs 380,000?
Yes, for 9 full-time people.
And how many sites, Sandra?
5, 6, 7, 8.
Is
9.
this TOSA?
No, these are people who are trained through the Tariq Kamisa Foundation. They're also going to be contributing a full-time coordinator that will oversee the staff. We won't be paying them. the Tarika Misa Foundation will have a coordinator that will oversee and support these staff members.
This is an outside contract with an outside agency, not the USD employees.
I get it. 9 people, okay. The next page, oh, that's a game awareness benefit. CDIF. Okay, specifics, learning recovery grant. One full-time coordinator, SSS primary to support PBIS. So again, you said we were only allowed to use so much of the grant. Now here's another 192,670 that's gonna go to a coordinator.
So we have, run the numbers, 11 schools that have gone through
This
PBIS.
year.
And the remainder will go through this next year. And having a person to help us support further implementation of our school sites to coordinate those efforts for a couple of years as we scale. As we know, learning recovery is only a small window to use. And so it's bringing somebody in to help us scale our efforts, and then we'll scale back the person as we scale up.
So I'm gonna say I will definitely check into these expenditures from this learning recovery block for these coordinators. But again, I don't think we need to add another coordinator. We need kids in there, people in there with the kids, working on their behaviors, sitting in the classrooms in the beginning of the year, helping kids that don't know how to be in school, not coordinators. Next page is positive attendance improvement system for $250,000. What is that?
Yeah,
That's
that's the
what we
A2A.
did
That's the
before.
A2A program. And we did look into that contract. We have one more year on that contract right now. And so we will continue to support that.
So half went up $50,000.
It's just an increase in cost this year.
No, I think that we actually made a mistake last year in our estimate.
There was more.
Yeah.
300,000.
It was what?
300,000.
300?
This year, 300,000,
No,
or
this
last
year
year,
it's
300,000.
This year it's 250,000. Last year it was 200,000.
No, she said last year it was actually 300,000, right, Amy?
The original contract had scaling and increasing services each year. After the first year, Sandra can speak to this, the decision was not to add any of those additional services, but to keep it flat.
So is this number correct for 23, 24?
It's our best estimate at this point in time.
And it's not a contract we can end.
Not this year.
On page 37. Learning recovery block. I can get this, but I'm still gonna ask you. I can answer it myself, but for the public. 4 full-time nurses out of a learning recovery block, and I'm sure that's just for everything that they need at school, and they work with the kids. Okay.
That's IEP related. So students who have an individualized education program and make sure they have the requisite support in place to follow that. Rachel, did you want anything?
Yeah, we just had a lot of concerns from the nurses, from the sites, that they weren't able to keep up with those IEPs and to ensure that the nurses were available. This would be.
No, I'm not questioning that with the nurse. I'm just questioning where we're taking the funding from, but I see how that fits.
Yeah.
MOU with local agencies to promote mental and physical health awareness program, but it's $300,000. You didn't do any of this before, so it's 300,000. So I would like to know the who, what, when, where, or why.
So this is the Vista Community Clinic. We've worked with them in the past. We never name agencies here. That's why you don't see it here.
Okay.
And we utilize, we're proposing to scale up the services that they would provide to go along with the community school
We're
program.
going from 0 to 300.
We've never had it in place before. We're scaling it up because we're scaling up community schools. And the purpose is that they would provide dental and other types of health screenings and checkups across the entire school district. In the past, they've come out here and there and provided some freebies here and there. We're trying to create a program that's more consistent across the district. And that's a portion of what it would cost. They're covering most of the cost.
Would that not be something typically covered under community school grants?
No, not at that level.
It's more of a matching fund.
Yeah,
So community school grant asked us to create a matching fund to the amount they've given us, so this would be part of those matching funds for the district.
this is a portion of the cost of it. They're bearing most of the cost. So, because it's.
Thank you. Okay, 30. I can't see, I think it's 38.
38?
No, 39. So halfway down the page, it says hourly certificated salary and benefits. To participate and provide professional development on equity. So this to me is where we should be putting money, and we're only putting $10,000 for our whole entire district to go through professional development on the things that we think are important. We're gonna give them $10,000.
Well, I think the intent of this, and Sandra, you can jump in, was to train people who would be providing the training for other people during professional development. Sandra, you can.
So we have a number of people who were not on staff or unable to participate in the anti-bias and trauma informed. So we wanted to make sure we're offering ongoing workshops for people who have not participated in those trainings. So that would be, provide
the
hourly.
leftover people.
Yeah,
Everybody else is being trained.
yes,
the past 3
because we,
years.
yeah.
Point, I need a clarification. Were you on 38?
39.
39.
You were on
39.
because you said $10,000.
Yeah, it's over to the
Yeah,
right.
10,000. Halfway down, Mark.
Yeah, we're following.
I saw another 10,000.
Okay, you with me?
Yeah, now I am.
We're getting there.
10,000.
And then again,
Staying on this 39, the bottom one, is that the one that supports the board and the PD that we get?
Yes, and our equity walks and those kind of things.
Is that the same is it Nicole, or
Yeah.
are we doing a different contract?
We would continue our work with Nicole. It would not, the contract would not be as expansive as it has been in the past. So they wouldn't be with us as often, but yes.
Thank you.
We built a lot of capacity with Nicole this year on equity walks. So the majority of I just want to be clear with the board, the majority of the equity walks we will be doing next year. The staff will be doing it because we learned this year that she trained us on it. She will be part of it during the course of the school year, but at a much more diminished manner, reduced manner.
And then on that same page, on the top, to provide ongoing equity professional development for staff. So that was 60,000 last year. So we're going to zero this year. So like, it's great that we did it one year for the entire staff.
We changed funding sources, so you see it zeroed out in year 3, but if you look down further, it's $65,000 under educator effectiveness.
Got it. And so with that, how many staff are we talking about? We're talking about like our district, or?
No, it wouldn't be the entire district. It's to continue to catch up people who have missed other things and onboard more people who may need to be trained.
So what are we offering to take them to the next step in this area? We've trained them once. They thought they were-
Okay, so when the board developed the board policy, the board directed me and the team to develop a whole series of projects over the course of multiple years. We started with anti-bias, if you remember, 2 years ago. Then we went to trauma-informed care and practice, and now we're focusing on restorative justice. So they're all built together. So our focus right now is building out restorative justice. We
Where's
continue.
that one?
Is there, we just went through it.
65,000.
Yeah, that would be a component of it.
But we asked if that's for the whole district. If we're doing this for the whole district, we were just told that it wasn't for the whole district.
Well, I said not every single teacher.
So, but we would want every single teacher to sit through restorative justice. but We
We are-
don't have the money allotted. We have $400,000 for another.
We had 4 people that we're adding, there were 2 people, we're adding 4 people, so they'll be working with them.
During the course of the school year. That's their purpose during the course.
Now, what I'm saying is, we have to train all the teachers how to do this. We need money to pay them, so we can train them. $65,000 is not enough.
They're doing it during the course of the school year.
They're doing it during the day,
Yeah.
during the
So
week.
you can give an example of
Exactly. So they've been, when they have staff meetings or PD days or collaboration time. The restorative people have a request form, kind of like the behavior team, where an administrator can say, I'm doing a workshop on this day, or I have a staff meeting on this day. So they're coming in during the workday to provide the training.
Basically, they're more toast.
Well, they're not our employees.
So they're people we're hiring to come in. Okay, wait a minute. Provide ongoing equity professional development to staff. Cipriano just said, is that professional development for all our staff members? And we were told no. And now you're telling me, no, this isn't for that. This is for the people that are gonna be doing the training.
You know, what I'm saying, just to feel, we're not trying to argue with you. We're just trying to answer.
But I'm
your
not, I
questions.
don't feel like I'm getting
We're
straight answers.
we're trying. We really are
Okay.
trying.
Go ahead.
So we're simply letting you know that there are various professional development actions and services in this plan. This item that happens to be on page 39 is one of those actions. This particular action isn't for every teacher in the district. It's for a group of teachers we anticipate, we don't know exactly, since we're dealing with people that are coming and going, that may need that training over time. I referenced restorative justice because you asked a question about it. That item came up earlier. We just spoke about it earlier in the agenda. And there currently are two. And the way we utilize them is based on requests. And the requests have been so high and so successful that we're proposing to bring on 4. Those 4 restorative justice folks are not the USD employees. It's a contract through the Restorative Practice Center.
So my point goes back to Cipriano's question, because we agreed as a board for professional development. Our teachers and our staff all need this training. And when I look at where we're putting our money, which you know is my biggest thing right now, where we're putting, where you decided to put our money. It's not enough to train everybody. I mean, we're gonna leave it the same, obviously, but, to me, it's just words and you're just putting the
So
thing in.
but just to be clear on this one, so the board understands, the anti-bias training that we put all the staff members through and the trauma-informed care training took place on a professional development day. So that money is in this contract. So what I'm hearing from the board is maybe you want to change directions and have us not necessarily use the approach we have in place right now for restorative practice and use one of our professional development days to focus on
But
restorative
this
practice.
doesn't say in restorative, so the anti-bias, third option city, trauma, LGBTQ.
Mhm.
So our teachers need professional development,
Yes, we would agree with that.
okay? $65,000 is not enough.
I understand the $65,000 as being youth people coming on,
Well,
or
that's
am I
what-
right or wrong?
It could bring in, people to provide the professional development for staff.
And then so the restorative practice training that I went to was at the County Office of Education. No one ever came to our district. And I went on my break. So the fact that we have 4 experts from the National Conflict Resolution Center, I feel like that's gonna be very effective as they rotate their way through the district. And maybe do it on the wheel. I mean, I went to Anthony Sejas for 3 days on my spring break. I don't see our staff going anywhere on their spring break to do that, but, do you want more money for this?
Yes.
Okay, is there a way to put more money into the educator effectiveness grant, just so we have more opportunities for our staff to have anti-bias, third option city trauma and LGBTQ? Is that what I hear you say, Trustee Smithfield? More money here?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a way to add more money?
Yes, so we have a total of $5.5 million and we have until 26 to spend it. And so having funds available each year helps with that sustainability. So we could pull more of it forward and have less of it in the out years. We could spread it any different ways. So we had originally spread it about $1 million something each year. And so we didn't spend it as much in year 1 and year 2 because we were in COVID. And so we do have some of those funds that we put in the blueprint to spend those, and then that would leave us. And we don't typically spend 100% of what's in the budget because not all staff is available or, you know, a variety of reasons. And so there's typically some kind of funds that fall out. And then we just have until 25, 26 to spend. So we could, in theory, add additional funds to this line item, and then either something else might underrun, or when it comes to 23, 24, 25, 24, 25, 26, maybe you just reduce it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned about that. When is that clip expected?
Well,
This is a grant.
yeah, on the unrestricted side, that's 24, 25.
Okay.
These are restricted funds, so different sets of funding. So these one-time funds are good until 25, 26.
All right, so I'm in favor of doubling it this year, especially with the community schools, the 9 new schools that we're gonna get. Does anyone else agree?
I agree with increasing it, is doubling it enough to accomplish what we have talked about?
So
Yes, I'm sure it is. And if I'm understanding correctly, it is that we would like to have everyone participate in restorative practices
Well,
training.
everybody that's willing to do it, but to say we have to cut it off at 65,000.
is there consensus on that?
Yes.
That's an adjustment that we can make.
We're doubling it.
Yeah.
On that conversation. So the next, all of them, all 3 or 4 of them, 3 of them are about helping our students, you know, fundraising stuff when they don't have the funds to go places, and provide resources to help our students, LGBTQ. Again, I think these are too low. If I'm gonna invest money, which from our budget, from the taxpayers, I wanna invest it for the kids, and this is definitely a place to.
What page are you on this one?
He's on 40.
40, that's
Make sure
funding
I'm-
versus their S&C carryover, so. And you should go too far.
Now, I understand where the funding's, I'm not questioning where the funding's coming. But if we're gonna provide resources and supplies now for all of our students, we're gonna provide transportation for study trips and student activities for identified groups where school resource fundraising are insufficient, and provide supports for events and workshops where school resource fundraising is insufficient. We came from Good Hill Oak. I know we right now have schools that teachers will not take kids on field trips because they can't raise the money from their classroom for field trips. That's where this would come in. This is a good way to spend our money.
This is field trip specifically for the student identity groups to engage in equitably activities. So
And that's
going to like,
fine.
yeah,
Clubs. It
Yeah,
says
clubs,
study,
yeah.
well, it says study trip.
yeah, like museum of tolerance, things like that. Yeah,
Okay.
but it would be related field trips to address these things, like
Where do you see that it's for the students right up here, right?
provide support to student identity groups under action plan step 3 to engage in equitably.
I mean, like, is that enough?
Based on. our
Based on the
experience, yeah.
requests that we've gotten, we've only had a few requests where, you know, certain clubs like PSU wanted to do something, they didn't quite have enough money to make it happen. Is there any district funding?
Well, I guess let me ask this question for this one, at least in the first one. If I let Cody go ahead and mention this task for funding for their uniforms.
Yeah, so that would not be in this section, it would actually be in the music and arts section, and we have identified additional funding for ethnic music groups.
Okay,
So yes, but we haven't addressed that in a different section.
perfect, because that's easily $5,000,
Yeah.
so like, if like
Yeah.
that type of request were to be in this bucket, that's already 50% of the
Yeah,
funds.
well, there's $100,000 in the one you're referring to, which is ethnic arts and music. This one is specifically targeted to the behavioral and social emotional aspects of our multi-tiered system of support.
Got it.
And it's in this one particularly, action plan 5 is focused on addressing the protected groups within our equity board policy.
Got it.
We wanted to line item that out to make sure that they weren't left out. We had
guys know what the BSU is, the Black Student
Black
Union.
Student Union. And then
Not
there are,
everybody gets that.
yeah, there are other clubs, we put et cetera, those are just examples of what we need. So this is like protected groups.
All right.
Okay, on the next page, 41, we have. Community liaison. Community school counselor, community school coordinator, community school counselors. Why are they being paid out of the ESSER and not community fund, school fund?
Good example, Amy.
So as part of the grant, we have to do the matching funds as we referenced earlier. So one of our strategic things that we're using our ESSER funds to cover our matching funds.
Thank you. Is this the only place we talk about liaisons? It comes up later, right? Yeah. Okay, and then the next page. Who oversees the structural needs and the money that is spent?
You're on 42?
On page 42. Yeah. So it's all about, contract services for enrichment and professional development. Culturally sensitive practices, community engagement. This is the community school grant. But who oversees this? Is this all Tammy?
Well, Tammy is one component of it, but each individual school has a dean.
Okay, so it says facility improvements to create the community school center, including furniture. And I think this one comes up several times. And right now for next year, it has 0.
That's because that was included in the grant. You want to address that?
I believe that it was just one-time funding.
Last year it was used as matching fund for the 3 schools.
So next year, we don't have anything to improve the community schools and get them furniture and fixtures and things.
We did not do any matching funds in the budget for that this year.
It wasn't a
It
requirement.
wasn't a requirement. No.
But do we need it?
Well, there are, in the community schools, there's money set aside for resources and money set aside for staffing. If we feel like there's a need for additional resources, then we would bring that back to the board. But we have not implemented the 9 additional community schools yet. We're in that process.
Okay. On next page, expanded learning, professional development and collaboration. $100,000. Expanded learning, professional development, collaboration, again, for another 500, 250,000, 100,000, expanding learning, professional expert support, 200,000. Can you guys give me examples and tell me what they are?
Yeah, and Amy, it might be better for you to explain it. This is a new funding source from the state of California, and it has very particular areas of focus, expanded learning, which is in close to $12 million a year.
So this is the ELOP funding. The very first year we received $4.5 million. Governor Newsom expanded that this past year, and so now we receive about $12.5 million. So, and then there's 2 years to spend that allocation. So the $4.5 million didn't get spent the first year because we were in COVID, so that rolled over. So we're just finishing spending that first one, and then we get another 12 million this year. And then as we go in 23-24, that's another 12 million. And so we weren't able to spend the full 12 million this year either, because similar situation with a lot of the districts not being able to hire all of the staff and being able to roll out the full program. So we have leftover dollars from the first 12 million, then another $12 million. And so these are essentially to add additional enrichment and instructional and intervention supports to get to that 9 hours a day. Including the 30 days during summer school and inter-session. And so this year we used a variety of contracts. Ideally, we want it to be all in-house with our own staff, but still struggling to be able to hire. And so last board meeting, we did the strategic kids contract. For 22-23, we did a LEVO and Boys and Girls Club. So in 23-24, we're going to have a combination still of strategic kids and Boys and Girls Club as an example at the middle schools. And so these would be different classified supports, certificate supports, contracts, supplies, all the way down to meals, because we have several schools that don't qualify for snacks that are not covered under universal meal service. So we are able to pay for those out of ELOP as another example of expenditures. Custodial extra hours to do overtime to clean the rooms. So there's a plethora of supports that would come out of that.
But when I read these, I read expanding learning, professional development and collaboration.
Go ahead, Christine.
So the staff that is part of the programs needs their own professional development and learning, and so it's professional development to help support them in their skill development.
So the people who are gonna come and do these after-school programs, this is so they can sit and they'll figure their curriculum, how it's gonna work.
Yep.
Tell me about the professional expert support.
That is in case we need to hire in somebody to help do some of that training. So San Diego County Office of Ed provides training for ELOP to come in and do help with our after-school providers, and Sherry Borger has identified some other professional experts.
I think one of the reasons for that, just so the other members are clear, is that this is a large scope project. We're talking about almost every school in the district. So we're talking a lot, a big scope of people.
Yeah.
And another point on this is that this is ongoing funding. This is not one-time funding. Or this is.
No, I understood the funding, I just wanted to know what that meant.
And these were very targeted dollars. We didn't put the whole 12 million in, but in theory, 12 million would be used across all the schools for various staffing and supplies.
Do these funds expire at all? I mean,
Every 2 years they expire. I think they're part of the May revise where they're adding the 22-23 to go another year because districts haven't spent those dollars yet either. So that's one of the proposals, is to extend the expiration so that it's not just 2 years. That would go for 3 years.
Okay, on page 47, unless people have any questions.
Anybody have anything between 40?
My questions are all about the face.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna put them all out there because I have people reach out to me with information and I would like to clarify. So I understand we moved it from room 1, which is the community piece. And our liaisons are community. They are our thing with community. So that doesn't quite make sense to me, but I get it. I can live with that. I want to know what our current lead is gonna be doing next year.
The face lead.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Is she still going to be the face lead?
You want to answer that?
She will continue to work with the face people as part of our community school initiative. So she is helping develop the family and community engagement pillar of the 4 community school pillars.
And what about our other school? Who's gonna be with those liaisons?
They'll part of it.
They're part of it. Yeah.
The goal,
She will still be the lead of the liaison.
she will be
She'll be part of a team.
Yeah, she'll be part of the expansion of community schools.
So right now, we're finding out tonight that our lead isn't gonna be our lead anymore.
I don't know how to respond to that because I didn't tell you that.
Well, I just asked, she said it's gonna be part of the team.
Yes.
Kiki's part of a team working with the liaison.
Okay, but, so here's my, okay. All right.
Well,
That is one of our most
we want to-
successful things in this district.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, not just about community schools, it's about all of our schools because we all need that thing.
Yeah.
I was told different than what I'm being told now. I was told somebody was removed, so you're gonna go over here and here's what your job is gonna be now. She didn't, so don't go running after her to give her whole contact with early childhood.
We won't do that.
Like, I just don't get it. Now, all of a sudden, it's in a different place. Are we still gonna have as many? We're gonna put more liaisons in the community schools, and now that is all just part of the community school.
Yeah, the original intent of the FACE network, which was developed back in 2015,
I
16,
remember.
well, that was the first step toward community schools. And at that point in time in history in the state of California is when they were talking about developing the community school model. So we built the FACE network on purpose as its first iteration of the community school model. So FACE, the community liaisons, are an integral component of the community schools. Ms. Bispo, our lead at that time, was helping us build that. Now we have expanded with other team members, so she'll be a member of a larger team now because we're expanding community schools so that everyone gets the support that they need. She'll continue to provide support within the structure of a larger community school system, for which we did not have when we originally designed the FACE network. But the intent of the FACE network, Family and Community Engagement Network, was to set the foundation to expand community schools.
That wasn't all, because I'm part of all that. So what I'm saying is we've had that, we've built a very
Yes.
successful thing.
Yeah.
Now here all of a sudden, unbeknownst to probably us, it's all being changed.
We're not proposing to change it, Ms. Dunfield. We're proposing to expand it and deepen it.
Okay, so maybe that goes back to the communication issue. Maybe we need to start communicating with people what all this means when they see this.
But we can't communicate it to them until the board approves it, and then we'll walk them through what the. board
Does none of the community liaisons know that this is being changed to any of?
Oh, I'm sure they are aware.
Community liaisons are
What our
gonna
proposal is, but we're not gonna meet with them until the board approves their plan.
Okay, on page 50.
Before we move forward, Christian, sorry. And you talked about, you have community schools, who's part of that team now with this new budget being proposed?
Who's part of the community schools team?
Yep.
So
Right, a lot of-
our new executive director of student support services will be the overarching person overseeing it. Then we've moved community schools to our director of care, connection, and well-being. So now a director will have a coordinator. So Tammy Lee is the coordinator of community schools, reporting to her. And then Kiki is part of that team. So those are our team members, and then all of our sites through the community schools model have identified a community schools lead. So that those 4 people will be working with the leads at every site. And then the community liaisons are part of those teams at the school sites.
So from like an organizational chart, you have the community school students, the community liaisons, the face lead. They're part of this collaborative effort.
Part of student support services.
Which was the design of the state community school model.
Correct.
And so, trustee Smith, I'm just trying to understand here I'm not sure if it's like lack of information, I'm guessing, or like, are we not?
Well, this one I actually pulled in here because it was brought to my attention. By several different things from different areas. It wasn't just liaisons and they came from other departments too. And everybody's concerned. It could be a lack of trust. Maybe people aren't trusting what they're hearing, that it's going to be the same, but we're just moving you. It could be that they don't understand it. So we know what happens when we don't get that out there. That this could possibly be happening when we're doing this, the rumors start and people start getting nervous. It could be that, I don't know. I was just asked by the people who I work for to question this. And when I heard it was about the liaisons, that everybody knows, that has been the dearest, one of the dearest things to my heart, because it's so successful. And now we're messing.
Well, we're actually almost doubling the number of liaisons with the community school grant, because every middle school gets.
Two.
So, yeah, so this is, we're building on this.
So we have 13 schools, how many?
14.
14 schools, so we're gonna,
Next year.
so just at the community schools, you'll have 28 liaisons, plus all the other campuses have
We'll
their.
have, yeah, we'll have, our PACE network is expanding, not
And I have
contracting.
no problem with that. That's not what my issue.
The leadership, I think.
Yes.
So, okay, the next page is 51.
So trustee Smith, I'm gonna ask you if you could go a little bit faster, because we're gonna have to set a date for the
I
next
will,
meeting.
but you know what, Martha, I have made this totally aware to everybody, and I'm gonna go through my question.
Well,
this is an
at 12
important
o'clock, we're gonna have to stop.
I
and get another
understand
date.
that, but we spent a lot of time, maybe we needed to put these first. Provide additional materials, resources for elementary instructor, TK. We got a whole bunch of money for TK to start up, and they were told at a meeting that they would have money to get new furniture for TK and materials, playthings, things that they need. And then when school started last year, they were told that, sorry, we don't get the money for that. So we have TK rooms with broken down tables, toys that are 30 years old. Kitchen sets that are falling apart and not safe for the kids. And, so I just want to make sure that some of this 350,000 is going to go to the teachers to order for their TK classes. Uh-oh, here comes Amy. And I've been to the classroom, so you can't tell me they.
No, so we have another grant that we can use that UPK expansion, so we're gonna use that for the furniture. And then the S&C dollars, when they expanded the TK, they did an add-on, so we have funds within S&C, and then we have this UPK grant, so we can use the UPK grant, qualifies for the furniture. And then we'll do the supplies and the labor out of the S&C dollars.
Okay, but they were told that would have been last year, so we're really gonna give them things to do this with this one.
Yes. We have funds now.
Before the school year starts.
They just need a list of which sites need the furniture.
As long as.
Yeah.
And then I need to,
So, okay, so back to our timing. I think we're gonna have to postpone this to the next meeting we're gonna have to pick a date for the meeting, because I don't think we're gonna finish in 29 minutes.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna ask for our availability for the next. We're gonna postpone this for the next day, but I need consensus on when we can meet again. And then, we're gonna table it and get to maybe the item where we have some speakers here for tonight. And then we're gonna move the rest to a meeting on Sunday, Monday, or whenever our calendar can fit in.
So just quickly for the record, we've never had this happen. So I'm not sure we can postpone this item because it has to be a regularly scheduled board meeting. And if we schedule another meeting, that would be a special board meeting. And then the public wouldn't have a chance to be here.
Right.
So there are other items on this agenda that we can postpone. But this is the one that I just want the record to show that I don't believe technically we can postpone this today. We did have a workshop 2 weeks ago, and that's what I thought the purpose of that workshop was.
Yeah.
So that's why this is taking longer than we had anticipated, because that was the purpose of the workshop.
Yeah.
Well, that was the purpose of the workshop, Matt, but we went through the preliminaries of that. And to say that we have to cut this short and hurry through this document, and we discussed it last week when we also discussed bringing on extra admins, that's just not right. Our budget and this needs a lot of time to do them justice.
I understand that. I'm simply pointing out that the purpose of the workshop was to go line item, for which we did. It was 6 hours.
We didn't go line item like this.
We did.
Not through every single one of these things, no, we
We
didn't.
spent 5 hours on it. We were here 5 hours.
That's what we talked about. We didn't go through exactly, you're spending this much money out of this money.
But the purpose, that was the time to ask questions. Was at that portion.
No, it's time to ask the questions now too. It's always time to ask questions. So you need to know that because it's important. The whole people accountable.
Our meeting goes past midnight.
It's the next day.
No, we can't. We have to be agenda. So,
Let's get a date for the next special board meeting and then let's.
and then we'll finish this one.
Right, and finish what
We'll
we
call
can.
for a vote on that. Are you guys available on Monday?
Yes.
Let's see. I am.
Monday the 26th. Yes.
I'm not.
You're not. Sunday.
Yes.
I'm not.
Sunday, I'm free all day.
All right, so we have a problem because she's not available Tuesday, through Friday. You're like, we have a problem with
Yeah, I'm-
availability.
I'm not available tomorrow or Saturday. I'm out of town. I'm available Sunday and Monday, and then I'm out of town from Tuesday through Friday. I'll be out of town tonight, but I have it.
Okay.
Going late to the event that I'm attending. So we can have meeting
What time on
four of
Sunday?
us.
What time on Sunday?
Yeah, we can have a meeting with 4 of us.
What time on Sunday? Would it be an evening meeting?
Or early at this rate.
Yeah, exactly.
I can
Next
do
school
it
morning.
I can do it in the evening, so I have to do it during the day.
What time in the evening?
5:30.
All right, can you attend at 5:30 Sunday?
Yes.
Rosemary? Yeah. Can you?
Yeah.
All right, well, we have our next meeting set and we again have to finish this tonight. So, we had, I'm gonna ask anyone else, did you guys have any other concerns about?
I did. I was wondering if we, based on questions and feedback from the workshop, for cybersecurity, was there a determination to add additional funds or? And if so, where did those go? Or?
I don't think we had,
There was not feedback to add additional. funds.
yeah, we feel confident that what we're proposing there is good for next year.
Okay.
Have you heard it otherwise?
No, I was just, and also clarification on what the agenda would be this Sunday.
To finish up everything.
Everything we have gotten to.
Okay.
We're gonna need to.
Then I'm out of town, I'm like, you know, and I'm assuming so.
Because I know that.
My items, I.
So maybe-
Well, we'll prepare another staff member to address it.
Yeah. All right, anyone else? I think I'm gonna,
There was a, on mine, there was a question to go research about charging stations, ducting the
Yeah.
same group of time.
Yeah, we actually have the information on that. We followed up and put it in the Friday letter. But Sean, did you want to address that right now?
So we did address that in the Friday letter, and we can give you all the precise numbers from there. The answer to the question of Rancho Minerva Middle School and adding those is that there are two separate pockets for adding. There's 7 charging stations up front, and then there's another grouping that goes up to 13 charging stations. The amount that we quoted in the board meeting was about the amount that came back from the consultant, that it would be just over $250,000 to implement that at a single site based upon those sites' needs. So that was for that singular project. It also broke it down in terms of per unit costs. Per unit costs are an economy of scale. So if you go to a certain level, you need to start adding transformers to the site because the site can't handle the electrical load to it. So going over a certain number on a first round exponentially increases costs.
So the bottom line was there's a range of between about 100 and so and about 500.
Yeah.
Depending on how many stations you would want to put in.
Now, the other thing I've seen school districts do is like, you know, like they could charge, you know,
Yes.
both for like the general public, but also for like staff, or they can provide it for people in the workforce and incentives, you know, for electric charge vehicles, but at this point in time, I don't think we have the information on how to move forward. And so my question to the team would be like, are we ready to start this? Like,
We
if
can,
we allocate funding, can we start this like, you know, January?
we're pretty confident we can bring back an implementation plan, yes.
And so with that in mind, is there funding that we can allocate? So I need to go and like take away from some source? For this
Good.
board,
In theory,
or
there would be some particular areas in there. We'd have to have Edie identify those areas.
There's a general line in there for Fund 40, that's 11.33333 a year. That's the $41 million. That would be something that we would utilize because it would qualify for facility. So
And what's important to note, this is important to note, we use our blueprint for a variety of funding sources. There's only a requirement to use it for a few funding sources. So you could make that decision as a board 2 months from now, and you wouldn't have to go back and change the blueprint.
I mean, Fund 40 is.
yeah, it's already in the blueprint.
Perfect.
the 40 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a question before we go. I have a comment that I want to discuss. But without my other questions, I won't worry about that at the vote, but I think it's 6, we have $80,000. You weren't here when we had the conversation in closed session. Set aside for a climate survey. We used to do a climate survey every year. Last year we asked for one, we never got one. So I'm asking the board that we take the 80,000 or however much, we come up with our own climate survey for the district. Can't use the Google because they've already told me they don't feel comfortable. And I want us to do a climate survey, parents, students, staff, site admin, and all the people.
So to allocate $80,000 to,
It's in the blueprint.
Yeah.
So if we pass it, then, and we will be in charge of that.
yeah,
The 5 of us will be in charge of it.
Is this the new CSD one that we use?
Well, we haven't used that in a couple of years, but we've been budgeting and we were told we couldn't get it, but we haven't.
We have the climate surgeon from UCSD. I asked whether or not you wanted to go over it. It's prepared to go over. We can go over the results of it from the previous year. We did not do the climate survey from UCSD this year because we did the climate survey on behavior and belonging. And we have that information that we did of our students, and then we have the survey of our friends.
So last year we asked for that, those results, and we were told we would present them in the fall. Okay, so here we are now, this many months later. So I don't want it just to be on behavior, I want it to be on all the things that we used to ask people under Alan Daly's climate response.
all right, so that's already included.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and call for the vote.
But we need a motion.
I know. Call the question if you will. All right, I make a motion to accept 16A, adopt the local control and accountability plan for the 2023-24 school year.
The second?
Moved by myself, President Alvarado, seconded by trustee Morocco, all in favor.
Wait, wasn't there a change that we made when we doubled some of the funds?
With those modifications.
Okay,
the
so
doubling,
you want to amend the
I have
motion?
doubling, it was page,
$65,000.
Yeah.
it was page 39. Educator effectiveness, $65,000, the second item from the bottom. To be doubled to 130,000, page 39.
So.
With that
are you, that's from the amendment, to the motion.
I accept the friendly amendment. Any further discussion?
Yes, so I recognize we need to vote on the budget now. We can always amend it in the future, but can we amend it on Sunday?
Well, we're hoping you get to the budget tonight.
We can vote it tonight.
It's one of the 5 things.
You have to approve it on a regular meeting.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back at the 45 day that you can make amendments at the 45 day. in
But can we
August.
amend it on Sunday? We put it on the agenda.
It's not a regular meeting. Yeah. and
We
your
have to
adopted
get a
budget
regular-
has to
You
be
could do it in
at a
July.
regular date, but we can do
July
it.
20th.
We can do it at the next regular meeting.
Got it.
Then the purpose of that is we have to agendize it, so anyone from the public has the opportunity to cut.
All right,
Thank you.
all in favor of approving 16A, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
I abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry, trustee Smithfield. Any abstentions? Trustee Smithfield. All right, so we have, the motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention, trustee Smithfield. So are we going to skip B and C and?
No, you have to do all
Do
of
all.
the, they're all packets, they're just different elements of the LCAP.
I make a motion that we approve item 16B.
Second. I moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Morocco. Any further discussion? All in favor of approving 16, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Local performance indicators, like reflection report for reporting. That reporting the dashboard,
The components of the dashboard, yes.
so that's not the LCAP.
It is, it's connected to the LCAP, it's a component of the LCAP.
Guess I'll vote for that. I don't. I don't know how it should go after I abstain.
Do you want to abstain again?
Yeah, probably.
All right. We voted.
I voted yeah.
All right, so the motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention, trustee Smithfield. And the
I
next,
make a motion to approve item 16C. Second.
moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Morocco. Any-
16C is the blueprint, it's the item we're gonna take over, which has identical information to the LCAP.
All in favor of approving 16C, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion carries 4-0, 1 abstention, trustee Smithfield. 16D,
I make a motion that we approve item 16D. Second.
Moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Morocco.
It's the budget. So just real quick, before they do their vote, just remind them how this is the same or different from what we talked about in the public hearing.
So the budget before you, to vote on is the same budget that we reviewed in the public hearing. There are no changes. While the legislature has approved their budget, they are still in negotiations with the governor. So we won't know the outcome of that until the governor votes. He had, that, statutory deadline is June 30th. And then that's what triggers us to come back within the 45 days to approve any amended budgets.
All right,
Motion is second.
trustee Kelly, okay, any further, it was motion by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Morocco. Any further questions? All in favor of approving 16D, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, abstentions?
Oh, no, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. Now, just to clarify, we can do the rest of the special board meeting.
You could, we could finish tonight.
I mean, L has to be approved at a regular board.
Oh,
meeting.
Huh? Which one?
L,
L.
L is designated committing funds above 10%.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a proposal that we,
Before you do, there are many of these items that are routine, so they might go quickly because we've already covered it. It's really up to you.
we have two, but I wanna get to our full part, so they can hear all that. All right, so what I'm gonna propose is that we, postpone E through Q for our special board. Get to 16R and postpone S and T and the rest of the agenda to the special board meeting.
There's one more item that has to be at a regular meeting, and that's the GMP for Vista Magnet. So that needs to be at regular. So J and L have to be at regular meetings as well.
J, okay, so then, I propose that we postpone E, F, G, H, I, and, okay, this is how it can.
Really,
we
G should
postpone-
be at a regular.
J and L have to be done tonight, is that what I heard you say?
And G,
And G.
sorry, this is an unusual thing, so
Yeah.
we're just triple checking
It
that
is.
we're not pulling the wrong items. So G,
All right.
acceptance of the audit report needs to be at a regular.
Okay, so I postpone, I propose postponing all of them except for G, J, L, and R.
That can wait until.
Except G, J, L, and R.
July.
That can go to July, okay, sorry, we just.
That's okay.
There are other items that have to be on regular but can be postponed to July. That's where we're separated.
Okay,
So. That one's pulled. That one's pulled, this one has to be done. This one has to be done. Oh, I need to.
all right. Well, all right,
Ideally, M should be at a regular, because that's an emergency waiver.
This.
This can wait.
Everything else.
So we have G, J, L, and R.
G, J, L, and R. And hopefully the rest of our special board meeting on Sunday.
I agree.
So I guess I made that motion.
Do you need someone else to make
Or
it?
maybe.
I second it.
So I made the motion and she seconded it. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Say aye and you opposed. All right, so we're gonna go to G. Accept the 2021 financial and performance audits for Measure LL bond program.
I move that we accept the 2021-22 financial and performance audits for the Measure LL program.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Kelly, all in full favor of accepting the 2021-22 financial performance audits for Measure LL bond program, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. J, approve amendment number 2 to the facilities lease and amendment guaranteed method CMP price for the lease back agreement between the district and Balfour Betty Construction.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Kelly. All in favor of approving 16J, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next item is L. Approve the resolution 23-2048 designating certain general fund as a committed balance. Moved by trustee Morocco. Seconded by trustee Kelly. All in favor of approving 16L, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, abstentions, the measure carries 5-0. And then the next item is 16R, we have two speakers.
Emergency waiver.
Yeah, emergency waiver.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve agenda item 16M.
Oh, R. Did I forget?
Emergency waiver.
Okay.
I second.
This is our air quality.
Moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Morocco. All in favor of approving 16M, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, now it's Rancho Buena Vista High School waiver for Article 18, 2.3, have two speakers, or should we have the staff directly talk to it first, or no speaker first? Okay, Nathan Perez, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for being patient.
Absolutely. Hello, esteemed board members. My name is Nathan. I'm here to mainly represent the staff, but also the students and the parents of RBV. I realize that speaking here tonight might be an exercise in futility, but I wanted to ensure that you had all of the correct, the correct information regarding this. I don't want you to act on any false information. Allow me to discuss the logistical problems with a staff meeting outside of the 7.5-hour day at a comprehensive high school. At our school, there's a number of enrichment and intervention programs that are overseen by certificated staff. Those activities include coaching, tutoring, advising, rehearsals, IEPs, you name it, we do it. These occur before and after school. For liability legal reasons, we have to have a certificated staff member at many of these. One meeting a month may not impact a whole lot of activities, but why have it impact any activities when we can have that meeting during the 7.5-hour day? The district is claiming that they do not wish to waive their rights to hold a meeting outside of the contracted day. This isn't true. This waiver is not waiving rights that cannot occur. What this waiver is doing is just saying that we're going to move those meetings to the 7.5-hour day, which is what we've been doing for the past decade or so. The district might comment that collaboration can be done by teachers meeting during their prep periods or maybe getting sub coverage, but why waste resources on that when we can have a meeting for those exact same topics during the 7.5-hour workday? So who would it benefit to deny this waiver? It just seems that having these meetings during a 7.5-hour workday has been proven to work for many years at Rancho Buena Vista High School. This can be evidenced by our current WASC accreditation that we have. As you know, we had a 6-year with a 3-year mid-cycle 2-day visit approved at our high school. Not all the high schools get this long of an accreditation. One of the things that the WASC commenters reviewed and lauded us for was the fact that we have collaboration time built into our schedule. Removing that means that when they come back to check up on us, we're going to have to explain why we're not collaborating anymore. Collaborating outside of a duty day or during a prep period is simply not worthwhile or feasible for us. The district has indicated that there will be around 40 minutes of excess time at the end of a school instructional time before our contracted day ends. This is simply not true. That's just false. There's going to be maybe 25 minutes of time left over. And if you think you can start a meeting 10 minutes after school gets out, please come to Rancho and see what's happening for the next 30 minutes after school gets out. Kids are leaving. We have kids getting hit on the streets with e-bikes. We have, kids that we need to monitor as they walk across the street and go into the local businesses. We can't ask everyone to just simply stop what they're doing and come to a meeting and let the kids have free run of the community after school. The district claims that there's no contract language regarding collaboration time, that staff members would not be required to participate in this collaboration time. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Next speaker is Sue Martin.
2 seconds.
Good evening, my name is Sue Martin, I'm a retired teacher from RBV, I retired last summer, and I recommend it, it's great. I'm retired, but I came here tonight because I love my school, it's still my school. I was there for over 20 years. And collaboration was a key component to what made Rancho Buena Vista work. We brought in the idea of banking minutes probably 12 years ago. It was long before the district looked at our model and went, hey, let's do that. And it was successful. And it worked for us. High schools are not elementary schools. You don't just meet in your grade levels. At a high school, I had 3 different subjects that I taught. I also taught in multiple grades. So on Monday mornings, I wouldn't just go to the same meeting. I would have to go based on SBDM and their scheduling. They would tell us we're going to grade level, or you're going to I taught elective, so you're going to your elective. You're going to whatever it is that you have to go to in order to collaborate with all of the different people that I have to work with regard to my students. To take that away would change the whole culture of our school. We're an extremely collaborative school. We spend a lot of time and effort in those meetings to make sure that we are pacing correctly. Parents hate it when schools or when teachers don't pace the same. In history class, they want to know if they have a son in one class and a daughter in the other, which does happen, how come they're out of alignment? Well, that's what we do during this time. We pace, not day to day, but we're all within the same unit. Banking minutes was something that we came up with, and the district liked our model enough that they took it and it went across the whole district. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem to be working anymore, except at Rancho. It does work for us. We need that time where there's 100 teachers. That doesn't even, that's not even including special ed or honors. Those meetings have to happen too. And if you teach honors, you got to go to those meetings. And with special ed students, you're pulled to go to those meetings. Without that collaboration time, I wouldn't know half of the things I needed to know. I needed to talk to people, not only in my department, but across other departments. It was necessary. And when was I going to do that? We talk all the time to each other in the bathroom. Those are great collaborations, but obviously not everybody's there. I would really, really suggest that you allow a waiver at RBV. And I want to reiterate that it is so important to our culture. It is so important that we have the ideas and that we share these ideas, that we put together projects, that we do assessments.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
All right. So our item R is regarding an RBV waiver. Item R refers to a site waiver request that is outlined in the VTA VUSD contract, specifically that making an agreement that is contrary to the terms of the collective bargaining agreement. There is no reference in the contract regarding collaboration. Therefore, there is nothing to waive. High school does have less time than elementary. The example in the agenda, sorry, it's getting late now. The example in the agenda is elementary. So no staff meeting is all within the contract day. When I personally had a staff meeting at an elementary site, it went past the contract day, but you do not have to wait until after the contract day to start a staff meeting. They all go over that time. So that is already allowed in the contract, therefore there's nothing to waive. Any type of collaboration would be something that we could bargain and review as teams. So our recommendation as a district is to not approve this waiver because it does not apply to the waiver outlined in Article 22.6.
Any questions? I do have a question. The late start Mondays were negotiated out of the current contract by the union, correct?
It was part of the bargaining process.
But that was not the district's proposal.
Yeah, it was.
To-
I don't know whose proposal it was, but 3 years, because I lived it 3 years. I don't know, maybe Matt remembers, so she was involved in that. late started because the high school and middle school levels needed collaboration. Because it's well established, if you don't give teachers collaboration time, you don't have a successful school. So they decided to have their late start time and they banked their minutes. And then elementary started a little bit after where they did early release Monday for the collaboration time. They were both extremely powerful. I don't think you find anybody that say, oh, we don't need collaboration time. I don't think we were in favor about cutting collaboration time to our teachers.
My time's up.
But, so that, yes, it was bargain and it was bargain with the intent because teachers never had time to collaborate together. And we all know as professionals that you need that time.
I believe Vice President Kelly, your question was, why was it stopped? So, and trustee Smithfield, you're discussing that the district would most likely have initiated this back in 2016
I'm not sure
to
if it
bring in.
initiated, but there was needs from both sides that we needed to do this, but why we got rid of it.
So, discussion regarding negotiation sessions, I wouldn't do during a board meeting, but I can say there were public, tentative agreements that were published by both sides in community updates. And that was part of, VTA side proposing that it was eliminated. It was not on the VUSD side. I can't state that because those were public documents.
Thank you. And I do remember that conversation when they said they were gonna pull collaboration time. But I almost fell off. my chair
Yeah, that's
there.
what I wanted to clarify. This doesn't make sense to
We
me.
didn't pull it, that was, but they need it.
Agreed. However, to have only one site out of every other site in the district.
Oh, it's not just, it's everybody. in
No, Rosemary, let me finish what I'm saying. For us to now authorize one school to have late start Mondays next year and no other schools to have it, I think causes havoc on families and schedules and driving.
Well, that would still not be part of the waiver process.
Okay, so,
So it's not a waiver because you said it's not for the contract.
There's nothing in the contract regarding collaboration.
no, we're just asking, she gives a recommendation. Staff comes up and gives a recommendation. Now, if anyone would like to make a motion, you may. On one,
Yeah, I make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
right? I second.
So you need to deny the waiver,
To deny the way.
not to accept my recommendation, you would need to deny.
To deny the way.
I make a motion, the words you said. I make a motion that we deny the waiver per the staff recommendation.
Moved by trustee Kelly, do I have a second? Oh, I was second. I do that. Any further?
I'm going to vote against,
I haven't called for a vote.
no, but it's discussion. So I'm saying.
So I get to speak first because I'm motion maker of the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I concur that it's gonna not be acceptable to have one pool doing it and the rest not doing it, so for that reason.
And I feel that I agree, and I feel like it's failing this in a technicality, but I want to show support for collaboration. So I will be voting against the motion because I feel these teachers, these two speakers stayed here. And I just want them to have a voice, know that there's a voice on this board for them, so.
11:59.
All in favor of denying the waiver, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You opposed?
Yeah. Aye.
You're opposed. You're opposed. I think the motion carries 3-2. And on that note, we'll see everyone at 5:30 on Sunday.